Welcome to 2025 NBA free agency surrounding the Boston Celtics and Golden State Warriors, two teams who are expected to be major players with major dominoes to fall. Hello to my green teamers. Hello to my diehard members of Dub Nation. You're watching Celtics today and you're watching Warriors today by Chat Sports. I am your host, Tyler Smith. Very humbled and honored to be here to cover 2025 NBA free agency as we are just 1 hour away from the moratorium opening. The Celtics have major impending unrestricted free agents in Al Horford and Luke Kornet. Meanwhile, the Warriors might have the biggest storyline of the offseason at this current time in Jonathan Kuminga's restricted free agency. Will there be a sign-and trade? Will there be a long-term extension to remain with the Dubs? We will find out all of this information in due time, and I am here to break it all down with all of you. Shout out to everybody who has joined us so far. Get down in the comment section right now and shout out your city as we are just 1 hour away from NBA free agency officially kicking off. Oh man, I'm fired up, baby. We were just live on both channels for the second round of the 2025 NBA draft, and I'm so glad to be back on both Celtics today and Warriors today, breaking down NBA free agency, because this is my favorite time of the year. Look, I'll be honest. Is it going to be the summer of 2016 when the new TV deal kicked in? Kevin Durant was a free agent and Luol Deng was getting $70 million from the Lakers. Timothy Mozgov at the strike of midnight was getting a $65 million deal from LA. I mean, it's not going to be that this time around. No, unfortunately, we've seen nothing but re-agreements and re-signings between some of the top players that could have hit the open market this offseason. And it's kind of the way the NBA is going at this point with the new CBA. It doesn't seem like a lot of teams are going to have cap space. Plus, the free agent crop is not the most top-heavy that we have seen in recent memory. So it's going to be a lot of mid-level contracts that are being floated around. But honestly, that's what wins and loses championships now in this league. So some of the guys that we've seen hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy are going to be hot commodities this offseason. Al Horford and Luke Kornet, just to name a few that maybe for a guy in Kornet's instance might be seeing more this offseason than he would in a previous year, as he could be getting upwards of $10 to $15 million from a couple of suitors out across the league. But I'm ready to break it all down with you guys, getting involved in the chat. Checking out my guys here in Dub Nation. What's going on? Bando in the building. K Jackson. The real ones are out, and they're rocking with me early and often. Billy Durham coming in from California. Joshua Kennedy saying, where's Giannis going? I think he's staying in Milwaukee. Here we go. Oh, you good? Is Nickeil Alexander-Walker a shooting guard? I forgot. Yes, he is, my friend. And he can handle the rock a little bit of a combo, but definitely playing the two. And a versatile defender as well. Let's go. Evangeline, Louisiana from Bando. Keon Dom coming at us from Cali. Levi Curry coming from Iowa. J.U. is in Utah. Let's go. K-So's in Nashville. I'm just coming off a weekend in Nashville, my friend. Hit Broadway. It was a good time. Gotta love whenever I head out there to Tennessee. Armando's coming at us from Arizona. Let's go. Ball Boy is coming at us from Cali as well. Will Jonathan Kuminga go to the Bulls, Heat, or somewhere else? We will break all that down in just a few minutes, my friend. Check it in on the Celtics Today chat. We got 82 people rocking and rolling with us over there. 156 over at Warriors Today as well. If you haven't yet, please go down below and hit that thumbs up icon. If you want your team to make a splash this free agency, if you want the Celtics to get Al and Luke Kornet back wearing green next season, go down below and hit that thumbs up icon. If you want Jonathan Kuminga to honestly come to the outcome, whatever you want, if you want him to come back to the Golden State Warriors, if you want him to get a sign and traded somewhere else, hit that like button. Just send good vibes to whatever you think is going to happen for your squad this summer. Checking in on the Celtics chat. What's going on? Boston Bob in the building. Good to see you, my man. Thank you so much for joining us and supporting the show this time around. It's good to see you, Boston Bob. It's been a while. Let's go. Jakias coming at us from Houston. Switzerland coming at us from Theodore. Let's go. Shout out to Theo coming at us from overseas. Goofy Goober saying, Smitty, it's me, the Star Guardian. Okay, shout out to the Star Guardian with a new little handle here on the YT. Fish Tatum coming at us from Boston. Shit, calling me a W. You're a W, my guy. Shout out to you. Is Jaylen Brown staying on the Celtics? E-Man. In the short, yes, absolutely. In the short term, I shouldn't say the short term. It's going to be long term. He's here until it's like 2029. But the short answer is yes. The Celtics really did not entertain any trade offers for Jaylen Brown or Derek White. So it's not really going to be a talking point on today's show much of the time. This is free agency, players hitting the open market. It seems like the Celtics have kind of made the decision on sticking with this core of Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Derek White for the foreseeable future here, as no deal came to an agreement before the NBA draft that, would have probably involved draft capital, in this past year's NBA draft. So, there's really no likelihood that Jaylen Brown or Derek White get moved this offseason. I know for some Warriors fans that might be bad news for you, as Derek White was floated as a potential target this offseason. He would fit in magnificently in Golden State, but the Celtics don't seem like they're in the market of dealing him at this point. And I think it's a smart thing to do. That would, to me, signal a rebuild for the C's if they are going to go out and trade Derek White, because it would be centered around a real big haul of draft picks, not exactly on-court value to where the Celtics remain competitive in the coming years. So, I guess I made the short answer the long answer. Celtics aren't trading Jaylen Brown or Derek White. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We can take a look at the free agents real quick for the collectively over 200 people who are rocking and rolling with us on both channels right now. If you haven't yet, again, go down below, hit that thumbs up icon, like today's video, and type me in the chat when you do. And you can take down countdown 2 out of that. It's a little long. All right, here we go. 2025 NBA free agency. Yeah, this is 1 through 5. And on any other year, this probably wouldn't be the top free agents that are available. And to be honest with you, 3 or maybe even 2 of these guys are not are already like off the market in a way. Miles Turner is unrestricted free agent, but he is all but re-signed with the Indiana Pacers after making an NBA Finals run. Turner wasn't that good in the finals, which is I'm interested to see what number he'll agree to with Indiana. I'm thinking somewhere around the $25 million a year range, which feels safe, but after what he did in the finals, who knows? Could it be somewhere closer to 22 or 20? I don't know. Probably a 4 for $100 deal for Turner to remain in Indy. He's been there his entire career. Jonathan Kuminga, we all know in Golden State, is the biggest domino to fall. As far as a player who could really find a new home on a lucrative contract this summer, Kuminga seems like the guy who's going to get the biggest contract. At just 22 years old, he has shown in the times that he's been able to, flash his potential that he can be a plus scorer in this league and can really contribute on the offensive end at multiple levels. But in Golden State, the fit hasn't really been there. So we've heard a bunch of reports this offseason that both sides are going to be expected to explore sign and trade options, but while we're maintaining the possibility that Kuminga comes back on a long-term deal. Then we heard that from Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area that Kuminga could potentially come back, but the Warriors would then be open to trading him again, as the sign and trade is very complicated this offseason with JK. If the Warriors end up agreeing to send him elsewhere, they can only get back a contract value of half of what Kuminga is set to make in his first year on his new deal. So if Jonathan Kuminga gets a $25 million a year contract from the Miami Heat, the Warriors can only take back $12.5 million in that trade. So you wouldn't be getting back equal value monetarily in a Kuminga trade, but you could potentially pick up some players that are better fits within Golden State's system. My opinion, if you're watching Warriors today and you've seen my videos before, is that both sides, it would be best if they just decided to break up this offseason, and Kuminga could go try to be the all-star that he wants to be in a situation that provides him the opportunity to do so. I don't think that's going to be in Golden State. So I speak a lot about Jonathan Kuminga. That is probably the biggest free agent that's going to fall, regardless of if I'm the guy talking about the Warriors every day or not. This is the player that is going to be the guy that everybody's looking out for. If you go back to 3 through 5 real quick, Josh Giddey, he's all but coming back to Chicago after they gave up Alex Caruso to get him. So there's really no point in him or in them letting him go. He's also restricted, so the Bulls are going to match anything that he gets, and I can't expect that it's anything too high. DeAndre Ayton was just bought out by the Portland Trailblazers, so that's a guy who can't sign till Wednesday actually, but is expected to be targeted by multiple players who want a big. I could see the Lakers swooping in and picking him up. Kind of weird that Portland bought him out, but I think nobody was willing to take on Ayton at $35 million. And then Quentin Grimes, another restricted free agent. I just don't think that the Sixers are going to let him go. I also don't think he's going to have a huge market. Maybe Brooklyn throws him a bag, but I doubt it. They're probably focused more on bringing back Cam Thomas. So that's the top 5 free agents right now. We'll talk about some of the more mid-level guys in just a second, but that's who's headlining the crop this year, man. And it's not a flashy or glamorous group whatsoever. A lot of guys who we thought would even hit the mid-level market have already re-signed with their respective teams. Bobby Portis was a name that Warriors fans were kind of keen on coming into this summer, and he's already back with Milwaukee on a 3-year deal. So we'll see. I think most of the moves, especially for Boston and Golden State, are going to be marginal. They're going to be around that taxpayer mid-level exception. And Boston specifically, they have to make trades in order to free up more money to even bring back Al Horford and Luke Kornet. And we still have 47 minutes. We'll get into the details on all of these different things. But name a player who you guys want your team to sign down in the comment section. Look, Golden State's probably got more flexibility in this regard. But if you're a Celtics fan and you can't say Al Horford or Luke Kornet, we're going under the assumption right now that Al Horford and Luke Kornet are going to have very robust markets, and it's more likely than not that both of them leave Boston. So in this case, name a player you'd want Boston to pick up, probably on the veteran minimum or somewhere around $5 million. And even in that case, they'd probably have to trade away Sam Hauser or George Niang in order to make that a comfortable signing while they are facing a repeater tax penalty. Alrighty. Let's go. Lonnie Walker to the Celtics. I could see that. They had him last year in the preseason. Couldn't afford him when the regular season came around. He ended up signing with Philly. His team option was declined. So we'll see how that all goes there. Also, I'm going to be kind of keeping tabs here. I made a Twitter list with a bunch of different, reporters and things like that. People I think are going to be breaking news. So I'll be just looking down and checking in on that periodically. I do have a very trusty Steed here alongside me, pushing the ones and twos behind me. I don't have a keyboard today, so there's just a laptop in front of me. So we do have a good friend of mine behind the scenes rocking with us today, and we're gonna have a good time because if Warriors Today fans know, when we had an emergency live show for the Jimmy Butler trade, my guy producer Reed stepped up to the plate, and we made a good stream happen that day. And now we're back for NBA free agency. So good to have you here, Reed. And can't wait to see the madness unfold here in just 45 minutes.
It's good to be here.
Yeah,
good to be here.
And look, it's not a glamorous free agency, but I'm a basketball sicko. I know you're more of a football guy yourself. You're rocking that Philly Eagles trash polo you got on right there. But he's a champ too, so I can respect a champion. Shout out Celtics. Shout out Warriors. We're all champs.
Everybody in this room is a champ.
Yeah, this is a winning environment over here, and I think both these teams have winning front offices. Look, Warriors maybe not so much. Joe Lacob a little out of his mind, putting the Golden State in the position that they're in right now with how much he's loved Jonathan Kuminga. We'll see if it all unfolds there, and we have a lot of graphics built about all the latest reports and all that stuff. So we'll talk about that. Maybe in the half hour leading up to when things open up. I got NBA TV on, so we'll be keeping tabs on all the latest rumors, what's heating up, what's cooling down. But we got some things to talk about on today's show, and we do have some deals to make as well. If you remember, during our NBA draft live stream, we had a little bit of a competition, and we gave away a Celtics draft hat. Shout out to my guy E-Rob, who won the 2025 draft hat for Celtics Today. And we went like this. And I think Warriors Today, with more people watching already over there, they have a chance to come out and jump in front of this thing real early and take an early lead. So we're doing a Super Chat battle. But if you've watched some Chat Sports programming before, it's not the typical Super Chat battle that you see where you just got to get the higher number. I think that's no fun at the end of the day. So I decided to create a little bit of a point system for us to get on the board. If you send in a $5 Super Chat on today's show, that'll be 1 point up on the board. And we'll tally it up right here. Warriors Today versus Celtics Today. At the end, we will give away a jersey to the team that is whoever wins the game. That group will be put in a raffle, spin a wheel, and give away a jersey to the whoever wins at the end of today's stream.
For both teams.
For both teams. It's
I'm saying for both teams, if you win this challenge, you personally, for both teams, what jersey are you getting?
Ooh, if I were to win, I would probably get maybe a Jimmy Butler Warriors. Maybe I don't have one of those yet. That would be tough. Maybe would want to wait for the new city jerseys to drop.
Okay.
Celtics, I would get. I don't have a Jaylen Brown jersey. Maybe I get Derek White though. Derek White jerseys aura.
Yeah.
But those are the ones I would get. We're also not gonna do it at the end of today's stream. Reed, I remembered. We're going to be live the next 3 days, my friend. Not just today. We'll be live in the afternoons tomorrow and Wednesday as well. So we will tally all these points up at the end of the 3 streams and give away only one team's jersey. So you guys got to decide how bad do you want to win this Super Chat battle. The Super Chat hoops battle, I guess you could call it. Because $10 Super Chat is a 3-point goal.
And I don't know if you know.
What's up?
But in Boston right now.
Yep.
It is 5:17.
Yep.
Which means it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh, it is 5 o'clock somewhere. Okay.
Which means if we get a little thirsty, You got something over there.
We do have something over here we can tap into real quick. We do have a boombox worth of Happy Dads we could get into on stream here as well. How about this? If we get two $20 super chats by the time this says 30 minutes, I'll do a beer shotgun. I'll do a beer shotgun. And Reed's pointing at himself too. I think we're just gonna make it a race. I think we're just gonna make it a race. If we can kick this thing off fast, we'll do a beer shotgun race. Two $20 super chats by the time this says 30 minutes. Let's go. Also, to incentivize things a little bit more, with this super chat battle, every time somebody sends in a $5 super chat, it's 1 point. But also, every time somebody sends in a $5 super chat, you can pick a player to talk about in free agency, and we will go into depth about how that player would fit on either the Celtics or the Warriors, whatever you guys want to talk about. Or if it's not a Celtics or Warriors fan hanging out with us today, you can talk about your team, and we'll pick a player, or you can pick a player, and we'll talk about his fit over there as well. So $5 super chat. Pick a player to talk about. It's NBA free agency. There's a ton of players that we can get into on today's show. We'll start before we get into all that, talking about Kuminga, talking about Luke Kornet, Al Horford. But make sure before we get into all that, go down below, hit the thumbs up icon. We have 194 people watching over at Warriors today. We have 127 people watching over at Celtics today, but only 29 likes over there and 44 likes over at Warriors today. Go down below, hit that thumbs up icon, and type me when you did so we can give some shout outs here on the program. Like the video, type me. Trying to get to at least 50% like rate on both of these two streams. So for the Celtics today, we got to get to at least 65 right here. That means we're 33 likes away. Warriors today, we got to get to at least 100 right here. We're 52 away. How bad do you want it? Come on. You want good vibes? You want good vibes? You want your team to sign somebody? Let's go. Cade staying the whole stream today? Let's go, baby. Cade, I know you be popping in from time to time, just hanging out for, when things get hot a little bit during the watch parties. I think you were here a little bit during the Jimmy Butler trade stream and maybe the trade deadline stream. But I'm glad you're rocking with us the whole time tonight. Free agency is one of these things where, like, back in 2016, the summer I was talking about way back when, where Golden State gets KD in the whole nine, I'm not going to lie, low-key kind of a clown sitting in my basement the whole day just refreshing Twitter all day. It was that hype back then. Like, you had to know who was signing where because deals were flying and people were getting crazy money for those days, by the way. Like, everybody's getting 15 to 20 million at least now in this league. But free agency is a time where we can just chill out for a little bit. And Mike G in the building. What's going on, my man? Let's go. So what do I want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? That's the question. We could also maybe do a little hashtag Warriors or hashtag Celtics, something like that, if people have some questions. We can maybe do that a little later. Without Tatum, this team is lacking. Keeping Simmons and playing a bum like Kata and developing Williams and giving him floor time is best option if we're not going to trade. $5 million will get us trash. $5 million won't get you trash anymore. There's legitimate rotation players you can get for $5 million now because there's so little money around the NBA. That one? How about the other one? What happens with him? No. Yeah. So this is the biggest domino that needs to fall this offseason. And honestly, it's not going to be something that gets resolved right away. So I think it'll be fun. Well, there's still 38 minutes left. As if free agency gets closer, we'll probably talk and hear more different reports about Al Horford and Luke Kornet. But I want to know what happens with Jonathan Kuminga. And not what you want to happen. Predict it for me. T for trade, K for keep. Is Kuminga coming back next season, or are they going to find a sign and trade partner in the coming weeks? We're getting a lot of T's. I'm seeing a lot of T's. A lot of T's already. And this is not something like, you guys are funny, man. You guys are so funny. My comment section absolutely destroys me about Jonathan Kuminga. Absolutely kills me. I told you. It's best that he just goes. I don't care if you get a better player than Jonathan Kuminga. I was just thinking, and by the way, I've seen the Kings emerge as a team that could be a dark horse to pursue him. Keon Ellis and Jonas Valanciunas. I'll even throw him a pick. I would make the hell out of that trade. So we all think Kuminga's out. They'll probably trade him. You would love for the Warriors to keep JK. Okay, so now maybe we should go to that other one. Does Kuminga deserve to be a go-to option? So now I want to hear your actual opinion on Kuminga. Everybody's saying that he's out. So, but what do you guys think? Does Kuminga deserve to be a go-to option? Does he deserve to have the opportunity to try to play ISO ball in Golden State these next couple of years and develop into an all-star? Is that something that you guys think that should happen? I don't know. Legacy Games, yes sir, I do remember you. Legacy Games, you're on the Warriors Today Hall of Fame basketball. Of course I remember you, bro. Shout out to you. Appreciate you joining tonight. No, we shouldn't. So why am I getting cooked in my comments? It's clearly the people that comment on the YouTube videos don't tune into the live streams. So shout out to you guys for being real ones and having some actual brains to you. What's up?
I was gonna say everyone on the Celtics chat can participate as well.
That's true. Yeah. What do you guys think? Everybody. Because
sometimes you need an outside.
Warriors fans. So by the way, everybody in the Celtics chat is saying T except for E-Man said K, but E-Man also said he doesn't deserve to be a go-to option. So he was just predicting that they would keep him. Who's available in the Celtics price range? Not many people. Veteran mins. We do have 50 player bios though, so we could probably go to like the guys like 30 through. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But we've talked about Larry Nance before as somebody who could be a Celtics free agent target. I'd be down. Like, look, you need bodies. You need guys who know how to play basketball, and it's a good buy low option here on Larry Nance. He's only played 100 games in the last 2 seasons combined. So, excuse me. What's Brook Lopez asking price? I'm interested to see. I think he'll be a $5 million player. The Warriors are looking at Brook Lopez. The Lakers are looking at Brook Lopez. And the Lakers are the hottest team on Brook Lopez right now. So we'll see where he goes.
I like Brook Lopez.
I do too. Just really a cone on defense at this point in his career. Man, he's a little too old. Brook's cool, man. I would take him in Golden State. Trust me. Like that is absolutely something they need. And also Anthony Slater just reported that the Warriors are looking at still a stretch big in this free agency crop. Like Kawakami, I think. And when Kawakami said this on the Warriors Plus Minus pod, he did say he disagreed with them. Or no, maybe that was about Kuminga. Tim Kawakami said he doesn't think they were going to go after a stretch big, but then Slater just reported today that is the case again. I would love to go after Santi Aldama. I want Santi Aldama on the Warriors personally. But the hottest name in the Warriors streets as of today, as we are 35 minutes away from free agency hitting, is Al Horford. Al Horford looks like the guy the Warriors are targeting right now. Slater said many around the league. I don't know if I can read that. Many in the league. Horford to the Warriors. Yeah, I mean, I know what it says. I just don't know exactly the words.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone has great eyesight. It's
no,
okay.
And then I'm definitely one of them.
Yeah, many in the league continue to link Al Horford to the Warriors as a preferred target.
Preferred target. That's the verbiage. Preferred target. I also have all the script too. I can just look down here. Yeah. So what do you guys sign Al Horford? Why for yes and for no? I don't think it's too guys. Al Horford. Trust me, Al Horford's still a really good basketball player. He was one of the only players in the Celtics that were actually like nice. There's this on Horford from Adam Himmelsbach over at the Boston Globe. I'm told Al Horford continues to mold potential options for next season. At the moment, appears unlikely to have a final decision on the first day of free agency tomorrow. So that was yesterday, but the Warriors stuff came in hot here. So if they offer, if they offer something that he can't refuse, or the Celtics really can't go after, then Al Horford could be a Warrior here in the first few hours of free agency, and that would be nuts. What do you guys think? Why for yes and for no? Sign Al Horford. You guys, a couple of no's. Armando saying yes. Julian saying no. Sleeper Garage saying yes. Julian, why no? Al Horford's good, man. Trust me. Please no Empire. What, guys? Why are we hating on Al? Like, you're telling me this is, yeah, he's 39. He's still doing this every single season. He shot 45% from 3 2 years ago. Shot 42% in the championship season. Yeah, he was a little inconsistent this year. He was also called upon to do way more. Porzingis wasn't available. In the playoffs, he was good too. Like, I don't know, man. I would love for him to retire as Celtic. Celtics today, people know. It would kill me to lose Al Horford. I have an Al Horford Adidas jersey. I've already been through Al Horford leaving this season. I don't want to do it again. And the Warriors fans here being so ungrateful. You Warriors fans would be blessed to have Al Horford on the squad. Absolutely need to stretch 5. I mean, now they are going to put a lot of faith and I'm sure give a sizable role to Quentin Post next season while probably bringing back Kevon Looney as well. You need a guy like Horford in there, man.
I remember.
Dribble edits. Who's delusional? Is it me or? Oh no, he's saying yes, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. You guys don't watch. Like clearly, you guys don't watch Al Horford, and I don't understand because the Celtics have blown the Warriors out by like 50 multiple times in the past 2 seasons. So clearly, Al's done something right. Brook Lopez is not better. Oh. No. I'm sorry. You're wrong. You're wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. There's just no way he's better. There's just no way he's better. Look, he's a bigger player. He's taller, 7 foot. He ain't better. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, if you want, by the way, Al Horford, literally a switchable defender. I know when he was getting pulled out on an island on Jalen Brunson, he got cooked. But like, he's still good, man. Like, look at this. It's fine. This is good. And by the way, that's supposed to be, I believe that's supposed to be rebounds then blocks. I believe that's supposed to be rebounds then blocks right there, by the way. Like, he was good. He was still good. Mike Piff in the building. Let's go. Now we're starting off. Warriors today has actually took the lead for the first time. Depends on what the Warriors offer. I think it's going to be something like $5.7 million, man. I don't know. Horford can absolutely play. Is Al Horford a vet min player? No. Al Horford is probably 1 year. Like I can only see a 1 year deal. Because I could also see him wanting to like run it back one more time when Tatum comes back in 26-27. Yeah. I could see Horford wanting to run it back and retire last year with the Celtics. Let him try to chase another ring this season. I don't know if that'll be in Golden State. Look, guys, you guys can hate on me for this. I don't know if Al Horford is moving the championship needle for Golden State. I'd love to see Al Horford be signed, and then what do they get back for Jonathan Kuminga? Then we have like legitimate role players around Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, and you're looking at like a deep team, like a deep, and not in the way that Golden State was deep last season because they had depth, but they were bad. Like guys who they were like GP2 cannot be in the lineup next year. I don't really need Guy Santos playing if there's somebody at that position that we can upgrade at. Like, no, I don't know if Al Horford solely is going to move the needle, especially if they bring Kuminga back. So then I want to see Al Horford get signed by Golden State if I'm a Warriors fan, and then see what you can get back for Kuminga in the sign and trade. And I really am not that keen on what the Heat have to offer if it's a 1-for-1. I would like to get a third team involved if that's the case, but who knows? I am a little nervous that the Warriors will actually get cooked in the Kuminga trade, and it'll be like Kyle Anderson and Jaime Jaquez. Like, I really won't like that package that much, and I'm team get Kuminga the heck out of Golden State, but that package would not be inspiring to me very much. Who said Looney's better than Horford? Bando, come on, Bando. No, that's not true. Looney isn't. No. Come on. Stop it. Yeah, Looney is an off-brand Steven Adams. Looney is a 6'8" Steven Adams. That's why I couldn't play. Kessler would be great. He's not available, I don't think. Not available. How about this? Could we do a let's get to 100 likes over at Warriors Today? Because we were 19 likes away from 100 here at Warriors Today. Do we pull up Mike Piff's super chat? Yeah. Mike Piff sent in the first super chat of the day. Got to pull that up. Oh, yeah. Or I think Walker Kessler sign and trade for Kuminga. I'd be interested. Mike Piff for the 5. First point up on the board for Warriors today. They take the lead in our super chat battle. I just heard that Al is at the top of the Warriors. Yep, there he is. There he is. At the top of your screen as well, my friend. Yeah. So Al Horford for the Warriors. Like, I am gonna just do a quick browse of different insiders around the league, but doesn't seem like there's anything huge right now. Luka Kennard is a solid $5 million free agent that's out there. He's not really being pursued by Golden State. Good shooter. Shot 50% on open threes. He's nasty. Nuggets, Hawks, Rockets, Knicks, Clippers, Blazers, Pistons, all pursuing Luka Kennard. That's interesting. So, these $5 million guys, is that just going to be everybody offers him $5 million, he just decides where he wants to go? Or will there be a little bit of a bidding war? Could teams, because I don't think teams have to dip into the non-taxpayer mid-level in order to sign him if they want to pay, $8 million to $10 million a year for Kennard. The Knicks, for instance, are a team that can only offer a $5 million contract. And would he prioritize winning? I think Luke Kornet will prioritize winning at this point. He's a Duke guy. I think he wants to win. At this point in his career, hasn't really had the greatest opportunities to do that. Yeah, some of his Clippers teams were solid. But those teams can never get over the hump, and I don't think Kennard was really ever the reason those teams couldn't reach their ceiling. So maybe he joins up with the Knicks, who need a shooter badly out there on the wing. Yeah, it's the same one here. There's a couple more quotes, I think, right? There is a screenshot quote that I did. Yeah, what is that about? It's okay. This is about the C's. If you want to take a quick segue to Boston here. This is about the Celtics. So before we can even talk about Al Horford and Luke Kornet potentially returning to Boston, we have to talk about this. So is this yeah, okay. So this was reported by Jay King earlier, and he said that speculation has surrounded Sam Hauser's future because it likely wouldn't be difficult to find a taker for his 4-year, $45 million contract, which would also fit inside another team's non-taxpayer mid-level. And he's a player who I probably would say is more valuable than Luke Kennard. So would a team be willing to give up a second-round pick or two for Sam Hauser? Potentially. But it says, but the Celtics are said to be more focused on avenues that would allow them to hold on to Hauser, who has proven himself a valuable rotation piece and one of the NBA's best shooters. The team agreed to acquire Simons and George Niang this week, but both players are candidates to be moved before they ever play a game for Boston. So the Celtics seem like they want to trade George Niang or Anthony Simons more than they would want to get rid of Sam Hauser. Do I 100% agree with that? I don't know. But I will say that maybe trading George Niang into somebody's trade exception could potentially free up some of that money in order to sign Al Horford and Luke Kornet. But regardless, I think one of those three players must be moved in order for either one of the Celtics centers to come back. Yeah, with that being said, I want to put this question up to the Celtics fans out there. Who comes back? Al Horford, Luke Kornet, or neither? Give me an Al, give me a Luke, or give me a none in the comments. I want to see what you guys got. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Horford back. Luke chasing the money. Okay. So I'm going to give my answer when this clock hits 22. When this clock hits 22, I'll give my answer. I want to see what you guys got Tim Cox saying none. Sabino saying Al. Sean saying Al. One and only KB saying none. Ayton. What do you mean Ayton? Ayton's not doing nothing, bro. Salary cap has been set at $154 million. Super chat came in. Warriors? Oh. Oh, yeah. Well, I would do, nope, 8 likes, 7 likes away for the yellow. Let's go, let's go. Let's get to 100 likes right here. We're 7 likes away on Warriors today. We're 49 likes away over on Celtics today. Hit that like button. Let's go, let's go. All right, everybody says either Al or none. So basically, everybody's kind of out that Kornet's not coming back. So I'm kind of on that same page as well on the Kornet side. I'll tell you about Al in a second. Luke Kornet, he seems to be getting targeted by the Spurs, by the Clippers. Definitely some other teams around the league that could use one of the better backup centers in the league. Mark Stein says that the Spurs are prepared to probably give him upwards of $10 million. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly he ends up signing. I think he could be one of the first dominoes that fall once the moratorium opens here in about 20 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see about Luke Kornet. It doesn't look like he'll be waiting for the Celtics to necessarily make a move or make a trade that frees up the money in order to bring him back. So because like the $10 million deal, the $10+ million deals for Luke Kornet, they'll dry up. Like that well will dry up. Like teams will move on. They'll find another guy because other teams are going to be hot for all these other free agents. So like things move a little fast when this moratorium opens. But we'll see if Kornet is one of those guys that makes a decision quickly. He wants to stay in Boston, I think. And the Celtics, there is a Brian Robb didn't exactly report that it's possible or that they've even talked about it. But he brought up the idea that the Celtics could bring Luke Kornet back under the impression that Kornet would be incentivized by a no-trade clause. I know. Doesn't that sound crazy, Luke Kornet on a no-trade clause? If that's a way to bring him back on a cheaper deal, you could potentially see that happen. But I'm not sure that he would pass up, $14 million. If the Spurs give him $14 million, he's out. He's out. Super chat coming in. Good morning. Luke and Al is back. Trust. Jamario. Wait. Jamari Gabriel. I'm gonna give my official stance on Al Horford and Luke Kornet right here, right now. They're both gone. Oh! They're both gone. Unfortunately, neither one of them are coming back. Look. No, you think a no trade clause is crazy, but would you be mad if Luke Kornet was your backup center for the next 3 years? One of the better backup centers in the league. A player who fits your system like a glove. Good pass. He's an elite passer out of the high post of the short roll. Always makes the right decisions. Doesn't turn the ball over. Super high IQ where he can grab a rebound off the rim and turn and kick it out in one motion. Like, he's a very, very good basketball player. Is he the athlete? No. But they can never take away that reverse lob against the Knicks in Game 5. They can never take it away. Good rim protector. Like, high IQ defender. Just because he can't sprint up and down the floor. Like, dude, this is one of the better backup centers in the league. And yeah, the counting stats aren't there. But this season, he got a bigger opportunity than he's ever had in his career. And I think that's going to, help him. And is Luke Kornet at the peak of his powers right now? Yeah, probably. But you know what? There's going to be, 5, 6, 7, 8 games next season that are pretty similar to this stat line that you see from Game 5 of the Knicks series last year. Is he going to put up the 7 blocks? Maybe not. Maybe, but he'll put up 4 or 5 blocks. Like, that, and pairing him up with Victor Wembanyama down in San Antonio is going to be massive. Like, I don't know. I know. Am I killing the party about these guys leaving? Yeah, probably. But at the end of the day, like, reality is what reality is. Celtics can't afford these guys, and they can't afford them quickly either. They have to find a trade partner for Sam Hauser, George Niang, or Anthony Simons in order to free up the money to re-sign Luke Kornet or Al Horford. And I'm not so sure either one of these guys are going to wait. Himmelsbeck said that Al Horford's unlikely to make a decision tonight, but I don't think that that's necessarily a lock. I don't think it's necessarily locked in. Could Nickeil Vucevic be going to one of the Boston Celtics or Golden State Warriors? I think that's actually one of the hotter names as far as players that could be going to either one. Al Horford and Nickeil Vucevic are the two guys I could see going to each of Golden State or Boston. I don't have many other players in that regard. I could also see the Celtics trading George Niang into the Warriors trade TPE, their $8.8 million trade player exception. What would Warriors fans think about that? I mean, George Niang's a really good shooter. I know a lot of people think he's fat and out of shape and maybe not the typical archetype for an NBA player, but he can knock down the outside shot, man, and he can get hot quickly. What would you guys think about George Niang in that in the trade player exception? Also, you would have to give up anything to get him, like a second round pick, and you use your trade exception, which doesn't often get used. The contract kind of fits perfectly. I don't think it would be a bad idea to make that happen. So I guess that makes me segue into the Warriors again, because I'm trying to flip back and forth. I'm trying to talk about each of both teams equally. How do you guys think I'm doing? Let me know from the Celtics side, from the Warriors side, how am I doing? I'm trying to talk about both teams and their free agent prospects in 2025. 15 minutes away from the moratorium opening, and we see some deals start going down. Thoughts on Herb Jones, Caden Winkler on the Warriors. So, if the Warriors could sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga to the Pelicans for Herb Jones, I'm popping champagne. I'm legit. I might order I think we have an expensive bottle of tequila in the fridge, and I don't know if I'm allowed to go get it, but I probably would go get it. I think it says Don Julio 1942 in the fridge. I think I would go get it. I would, yeah. I think I'd be able. I think that would be for the amount for the people that think I talk about Kuminga a lot on Warriors today. How much do I talk about him in the office? A lot. So if he were to get signed and traded for Herb Jones, one of the better defenders in the entire NBA, at any position, because he can defend multiple, also can hit the outside shot 40%. I would legitimately take Don Julio shots. It would be a party. We would start getting lit. That's my 2 cents on that. Do I think it's likely? No. But Mike Dunleavy he would lock himself into a long-term extension if he made a move like that. And it's the Pelicans, man. They're a team you could take advantage of right now. They're not being run very well in Joe Dumars' early tenure. They gave away their unprotected first-round pick the next season in order to move up and select Derek Queen. I don't care how good Derek Queen is. That's a hefty price to pay, and not a price that you pay when you're going to be a bottom 5 team again next year. They really think they're going to be competitive enough to where that pick is not super valuable. Disgusting work by the Pelicans front office. So go kick them while they're down, Mike Dunleavy. Go swindle them for Herb Jones. You'd be worshipped. Can the Warriors afford Luke Kennard? Yes, but I just don't think it would be the most financially responsible move to make, considering they have Buddy Hield. It's another player of that archetype, and in my opinion, Luke Kennard is probably better, and especially better for the $5 million that you'd probably have to pay him. But it's just unfortunate that the Warriors have a Luke Kennard already and Buddy Hield. JK for Kobe White. I'm all in on that too. I'm all in on that, and people know that I have been all in on that since the beginning. So if they could figure that out, I'd be all over it. JK for Poole and Jones. Jordan Poole makes $35 million. And I don't have to tell you why that can't happen. We need to go after Ayton. I could see it. He can't sign until Wednesday. I also think the Lakers are going to be a hotbed for him. I don't know, man. We're 12 minutes away. Still haven't really heard much about what's going on here. Salary cap. This is the only thing that we've heard. The full mid-level exception is $14.1 million. So we'll be seeing a lot of 3 for 42s, 2 for 28s, 1 for 14s. Name a player you want the team to sign. Warriors. This is really for Warriors fans. Name a free agent you want the Warriors to sign. We can go through the top free agents here in a few minutes. But name a player. Name a player you guys want to sign. Cam Johnson. I've been all over Cam Johnson. I think it's a little too late for that. Unless the Nets somehow get warm on Kuminga again. Yeah, we can look at the top free agents now as well. Seth Curry. A lot of people saying Seth Curry in the Warriors chat. For a vet minimum deal, sign me up. Sign me up. Top free agents includes Miles Turner. He's going back to Indy. Jonathan Kuminga, the biggest domino of the NBA offseason. Isn't that something? Will he be back in Golden State? Will he find a sign and trade partner? I'm leaning more towards sign and trade at this point, but I can count nothing out. I was really 50-50, maybe 55% more that he's gone. Shout out Kawakami. He had those same percentages. Josh Giddey, he'll be back in Chicago. They traded Alex Caruso to get him. They can't afford to let him walk, and really no team's going to pay him the money that Chicago will. DeAndre Ayton will not be hitting free agency until Wednesday, but he is going to be, probably a hot name for that taxpayer mid-level exception, considering he's already making $35 million this year. That'd be a nice $40 million payday for him and go play on a contender. What about Quentin Grimes? Quentin Grimes, he's going to be going back to Philly. Again, teams don't really have money to throw up at the open market at a guy like Grimes, so he'll be going back to Philly. He's expected to. He says he wants $25 million. He'll probably get closer to 20, and he'll be back with the 76ers. Cam Thomas, the Nets have said they've prioritized bringing him back, but they just drafted 3 point guards. So are they going to do that? I don't know. Cam Thomas also can work off of the ball, so we'll see if they end up giving him a bag. I'd be shocked if he got more than $18 million a season. Ty Jerome is a hot name in the mid-level market, but he is expected, per Mark Stein, to sign with the Memphis Grizzlies once free agency hits for $14 million a season. And I think it's a good fit for him. The Warriors reportedly loved Ty Jerome during his short tenure there, but they obviously let him go, and he's blossomed into the player that he has become. I think it would be a misallocation of resources if they use $14 million on Jerome. Nickeil Alexander-Walker is a player that I would love the Warriors to sign. It would be so cool if they brought him in. But I do think front court is where they need to kind of really bolster this roster. You just got to get more out of a Moses Moody than you did this past season. Even though he was solid, especially when he became a starter, you just have too many players at the shooting guard position to probably make a sizable investment into Alexander-Walker. But he's a dog, and I'm excited to see where he ends up. Hopefully it's in a winning situation. Santi Aldama. I'm all over Aldama, because he's a really, really good player, man. And I think if he ends up getting a restricted free agent offer of, the mid-level exception, and he signs that offer sheet elsewhere, Memphis is going to scoop him back up immediately. But I would love if he could be in the Golden State Warriors system. I think he fits perfectly there, brings a little bit of physicality, hits the 40% three-point shot that everybody loves, and he's 7 foot tall. Like, he kind of can low-key put the ball on the deck and finish at the rim as well. Aldama is one of the more underrated players in the entire league. Brook Lopez at 10. There's a steep drop-off here from 9 to 10, Reed, because Santi Aldama could legitimately get an offer from the Grizzlies to come back of like $20 million a season. They could do that. Or you think he could get that full mid-level exception. But everybody you see on screen from 9 all the way back to 1 is going to get $14 million a season or more. Brook Lopez, he'll be getting like $5 million, maybe even the veteran minimum at some point. But then you move on to 11 through 15, and there are some guys here who could see a little bit more than the vet men. Dorian Finney-Smith, he's expected to see a full mid-level exception contract from the Houston Rockets upon free agency beginning, so that'll be a name that kind of flies off the board early as well. Tyus Jones, he's been targeted by the New York Knicks. He'll be getting around that taxpayer mid-level exception of $5 million. We'll see how that turns out. Al Horford, kind of similarly, will be getting around that $5 million mark, it seems, but could there be a bidding war that gets him closer and above that taxpayer mid-level exception? You have D'Angelo Russell. It looks like he's going to sign with the Dallas Mavericks when free agency opens, and I'm sure that's going to be somewhere around $5 million, maybe even the vet min for him. Chris Paul, I think he's going to stay West Coast. We'll see if he goes back to the Clippers. I heard Jeffrey Cooperstein saying he's going to stay West Coast earlier, but he didn't give me a team. I didn't really press him enough. I kind of assumed Clippers. Maybe the Lakers, though. Maybe they bring him back as the backup point guard there, and he plays with LeBron for the first time in his career. Bruce Brown at 16. Maybe going under the radar here is a good buy low option for the Warriors or the Celtics, to be quite honest with you. He's probably going to get a better minimum deal, and this guy won a championship 2 years ago. I think he is a solid player who's just kind of been in an unfortunate situation the past couple of seasons. Yeah, he didn't really do well in Indiana, but they kind of obviously got rid of him quick in the Siakam deal. And then he was on a bad Raptors team, and then he was on a bad Pelicans team, asked to do way more than he really should be. So I think that's an intriguing target for the Warriors if they want to add some swingman, some switchable defender there, like a guard 2s, 3s, maybe even some small ball 4s. Jordan Clarkson, he just got bought out, and Jordan Clarkson sucks. He's not really a winning player. I don't like Jordan Clarkson. So I'm not really targeting him in either of these squads, and he'll go play bad basketball somewhere in this league. Dennis Schroeder, I think he's going to the Kings. Schroeder's been rumored to go to the Kings. Malcolm Brogdon, what'll he do? If he could be a buy low option for Golden State, wouldn't mind that. 50, 40, 90 guy when he's healthy. It's not all the time that he is healthy. So we'll see about that. And then Malik Beasley, a big TBD on what he'll be getting right now. Does he get moved down to 20 here because he's being investigated currently for gambling? And the evidence is pretty damning. If Twitter is figuring out that this guy was fixing games, then he probably was fixing games. So that's the top 20 free agents right now. Who do you want your team to sign? Let me know in the comments section. Xavier Tillman stinks. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. But he's a champion. He's a champion. If Simons is traded, I'd take a gamble on Beasley. Oh, would you? Oh, would you? Paradox. If you haven't yet, go down below, hit that thumbs up icon, like today's video. We have 72 likes over at Celtics today. We did get a $1 super chat over there as well. I don't know where yeah, here it is. Oh no, that was the last one. If you guys want to win the battle as well, though, Celtics today, who did win the NBA draft battle, we are running a super chat battle between Celtics today and Warriors today. So we got the black background. We're staying neutral on my side, but I want you guys to duke it out here. Every $5 super chat that you send in is 1 point up on the board. Warriors today is up 1-0. But if you send in a $10 super chat, it's a 3-point goal, and you will get a 3-ball up on the board. At the end of our the next 3-day streams, we will tally these scores up, and we will decide who wins, whoever has more points, and that group will be entered into a raffle to win a jersey of the team of your choice. And every $5 super chat, by the way, we'll talk about a player. Just even if you have another message, just put a player's name at the end. We'll talk about him and his fit on the team that you want to talk about. Free agency's about to kick off here. I wonder if I'd rather watch the NBA TV coverage or the ESPN coverage. Probably the NBA TV. So, yeah, the common theme around the NBA now is that free agency is not the way to build your roster anymore if you want to win a championship. It's going to be via trade. Just too many winning players out there re-signing, making extensions before they're even close to hitting the open market. And then when those guys want to leave or when the team finds an opportunity to improve and consolidate assets, then those guys get traded. So it's become a trade transaction league at this point, which makes the NBA trade deadline kind of the hot spot for player movement. I mean, look at the one we saw this past season. I mean, that graphic that ESPN made of all 12 to 15 players that have been all-stars or all-star level players in this league switching teams back in February. It was crazy. And that's probably where we'll see the hottest singular day of movement in the league to come. You remember, in the years prior to this, the years prior to this, even the previous trade deadline was not great. Trade deadlines were kind of dead for a little bit. Not a ton of huge names were getting moved. This past trade deadline, we're getting all-star levels moving. Because as teams find out what wins in this league a little bit more, guys have overpaid. Guys are more and more overpaid as the years go on. Especially a guy like Zach LaVine, who's getting dealt away from the Chicago Bulls. There's just no reason for them to be paying a guy like that $50 million anymore at this point. So he moves on to Sacramento, like, and now could he potentially be moved down the line? Like, a lot of these bad contracts, but guys who put up high counting stats, like those guys are going to be moved a lot more often in the NBA now, I feel like. Can we trade for Time Lord? It wouldn't make sense because it's not going to free up any money because you probably have to trade away Sam Hauser and some cheap contract. I would trade for Duop Reith over on Portland. I hate how the commercials are loud, but the channel's not. We got 2 minutes until NBA free agency begins. If you haven't yet, go down below, hit the thumbs up icon, and type me when you did. I'll give shout-outs here as we're 2 minutes away from free agency opening. Let's go, let's go. Hit the like button, but type me when you do. Only way you're locked in, and I'm giving a shout-out, is if you like the video. So hit the thumbs up icon, and go down below, type me. Let's get fired up for free agency, baby. Can we get some good players? Orchard Man. I don't know. I'm not the GM. Probably not. if you've been following the Celtics at all, probably not. We're probably cooked. 17 likes away from 100 over at Celtics today. 59 likes away from 200 over at Warriors today. Hit that like button. The Warriors today chat is absolutely cooking Celtics today right now, and I understand like there could be serious player movement in Golden State. Shout out to Evan Anderson. Shout out to Jarvis. Shout out to Ryan Wong. JaBaby. Who we got? Addison. John L. Kalamba. Michael Tischler. 60 seconds. How bad do you want it? Moncho Nolasco. Are you guys fired up for free agency? I'm fired up for free agency. Come on. If the Celtics were smart, they'd tank for a year. I agree. Dunked on by Steph liked the video. Axel liked it, and he's ready. Iron Survivor liked it, and he's ready. Ralph liked it, and he's ready. Jose Aviles liked it, and he's ready. Come on. 52 likes away from 200 on Warriors today. 11 likes away from 100 on Celtics today. If you want your team to make a splash in free agency, hit that like button. I'm about to start refreshing Twitter when this thing hits the double zeros, baby. Let's go. It's about to start getting hot in here. I'm about to turn the fan on, baby. I am gone. There we go.
Free agency starts and he's gone.
Free agency starts and I'm out of here, baby. Here we go. It is open. Shams, what do we got? I have my phone out too. Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the New York Knicks for their head coaching job and has emerged as a strong candidate 34 minutes ago. Here we go, here we go. I'm looking for the first deal to break on my phone. Nothing is broken yet. Who will kick off 2025 NBA free agency? Reed, if you'd like to go through just and like loop all the re-signings, I guess, that have happened, that'd be dope. Yeah. Is that all the moves? It's trades and signings? Okay. Yep. What will be the first move of NBA free agency? Free agency is dead. I'm tweeting it. I just tweeted, free agency is dead, man. 60 seconds in, and Timofey Mozgov is still unsigned. Shams, we got something? No. You fraud. Shams in ESPN is Celtic Shaq. And Shams is still in the prime. Should still be in the prime. Woj way better, and the Athletic Shams way better than ESPN Shams. He's become like an engagement farmer, low-key. Javon Carter back to the Bulls. How much is that? How much was that deal for Javon Carter? Yeah. That's $6.8 million. That is a terrible deal. The Bulls are one of the worst front offices in the world. Where is the list that I made? No, my Twitter list. This is ridiculous. Doomed. This is a doomed product. This is a doomed product, bro. We got anything? NBA Central. Uh-oh. Oh. League altering. 2024 NBA champions, Svi Mikhailuk. Contract guaranteed, Utah Jazz. Shout out to Scotto, who's not asleep at the wheel right now. Josh Okogie and Hornets decision date on a $7.75 million non-guaranteed salary. If that gets waived, I would be in on Golden State making a Josh Okogie push. Who's that? Sacramento Kings. Kings will be signing Schroeder. So doomed, bro.
Yo, Bando, that's funny.
What did Bando say?
He goes, Shams in bed sleeping.
Bro, I mean, I don't have the ESPN coverage on. I'm NBA TVing it, but shout out Lonzo on the Cavs. He's gonna cook. Isaac Okoro, not so much. I would love him to be a Warrior, low key. The Warriors looking for a wing defender as well. That would have been awesome. Isaac Okoro. Would have traded Moses Moody for his ass. Kings arranging meetings with its Josh Hart, 601 and I ain't seen one deal. What happened to the game I love? All right, Josh, you get a little in my head, haha, out of me. You didn't get an out loud laugh, but that was funny. Shout out to Mwad over there who liked the video. Kana in it. Like the video. Paradox, hit the like button. Yeah, this is a doomed product so far, people. It's not great.
And I just got a Chipotle ad on X.
I would love Chipotle right now.
I
would love Chipotle right now. Well, this sucks. We will be live for 3 days. There better be deals. I don't know, man. NBA free agency is officially here. Nothing. Where's that? NBA Central. I guess I should get Central on this list too. Forgot about that. Nothing. Forsberg, Corrales, Central. Do that. I don't know, man. Legion hoops, yeah, we need that. Kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Chris Paul plans to decide between the Suns and Clippers. Suns, Clippers for Chris Paul. A return to Phoenix? Will J.D. Davison ever play for the Celtics? I don't know. Like, I watched J.D. Davison in the Summer League, man. He stinks in the Summer League. So what makes me think he's going to be good in the NBA? In Warriors news, Jonathan Kuminga just went to Applebee's. QXXX. I hope that's true. Yeah, CP3 is definitely going to the Clips. They probably, and I don't know if they would want to end games with Chris Paul, but I know they don't want to end games with Chris Dunn anymore. So, and I like Dunn. Dunn's a great defender, but I think they want somebody they can rely on a little bit more offensively at the end of games. Summer League starts in a few days. Summer League starts like the 6th or something like that. Warriors in the California Classic with the Spurs, the Heat, and the Lakers. Vegas Summer League would start the week after. Who do I think the best external targets for the Celtics are? How about we go, like, if you go through the player bios, we can just circle through, like, the 30th guy down all the way to the 50. And, like, this is all under the impression that Kornet and Horford do not return. If Horford and Kornet, if one of them returns, I don't even know if you can expect another free agent signing from the Celtics. Maybe another Batman guy, but they'd have to probably make a trade before that. Yeah, we can start at the bottom. No, we start above him. All right. Like, low-key, like, he sucks. He's awful. He's terrible. But, bless you. Saw you loading that one up. Jackson Hayes sucks, but he's going to get a Vetman deal. There's a name. Like, we're just going to go through all the names. We're going to go through free agents, and I'll just say, could he be a Celtic? Yes or no. Let's go. Jackson Hayes, he could be a Celtic. Malcolm Brogdon. Really? Wasn't he like top 20 on the other list? I guess maybe this is out of order. Might be out of order. Brogdon, I would say no. No Celtic. Paul Reed, B-ball Paul. Yes, I could see Celtic. He'll be a vet minimum guy. I could see him wanting to come to Boston for that gap year. Kevin Porter Jr. Is he a Celtic? No. I'm interested to see what he'll get. He played really well for the Bucks. One of their better players, I guess you could say, but Giannis did not have much help in the postseason. Larry Nance Jr. Yes, he could be a Celtic. Absolutely could be a Celtic. Could also be a Warrior. Would not be mad at that. Kevon Looney, I'm going to say no. Say no for Celtics. He will probably remain with the Warriors on a vet minimum deal. Spencer Dinwiddie, I'm going to say no Celtic. On Dinwiddie. No Warrior either. Trey Mann, no Celtic, no Warrior on Trey Mann. I'm not doing that. Delano Banton, interested to see what he will get on the open market. I'm going to say no Celtic, No Celtic. Maybe a Warrior. Maybe a Warrior. 6'9", can handle the ball a little bit. I don't hate it. Dante Exum. No Celtic, no Warrior.
As I was talking to you about 2K earlier, 2K legend in the Rising Stars in the My Career.
Yes. In 2K14?
Yep.
Yes. Dante Exum. I wanted him to be a Celtic back then. It was the... Was it 2013 draft? No, 2014 draft. The Celtics got smart. I wanted Exum. Clearly, I was wrong. And the Celtics should not have hired me as a 12-year-old scout. Dante Exum, no. Not a Warrior, not a Celtic. Bruce Brown, I could see being on the Warriors and the Celtics, potentially. He's going a little bit under the radar right now. If he gets a vet minimum deal, I could see him joining either one. Luka Kennard, I wish. He's going to get more. This is where we start. Yeah, this is where we start getting like the $5 million a year range. Taurean Prince, is he vet min? Is Taurean Prince vet min? Maybe. Could he be a Warriors target? Perhaps. I'm not saying no for Celtics. Boucher, I could see for Celtics if both Horford and Kornet are out. You need a body down there. Just had his best year of his career. He's 32, 33 years old. So, gap year player, 1-year contract. I'm in on Chris Boucher. Jake LaRavia, I don't know much about, but I've heard good things about him from some of the people that I trust. And no, I don't think he's going to be a Celtic or Warrior. I think he's a little young right now, too, and he'll be getting more than a vet minimum deal, potentially. Precious Achiuwa. Achiuwa. The big sneeze, they call him. No, probably not a Celtic or a Warrior. Gershon Yabusele. Nope. He's going to get around $5 million a year. Maybe even a little bit more. He averaged 11 points a game last year. 50% shooter. Pretty good. Can't believe he's an NBA player, Celtics fans. But here we are. And he's going to get a decent deal on his next contract. Happy for him. Not a Celtic or a Warrior, though. DeAnthony Melton. He was a Brooklyn Net. I don't know why they said Warriors, but he will be a Warrior. He will be a Warrior again on a vet minimum deal. That's why I don't think they're going to get Alexander-Walker. So I don't think they're going to get Luka Kennard. Like, DeAnthony Melton will be back on the Warriors. That's what I believe. What do you Warriors fans think? Would you be happy with a DeAnthony Melton signing? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the chat right now. Y for yes, N for no. Would you be okay with the DeAnthony Melton re-signing? Look, he's not a healthy player. What? N for no? Trizzy Trace Gerard, known NBA savant, is saying no. Known Pelicans insider, Trace Gerard, is saying no on DeAnthony Melton. Can you get on your phone lines and go tell the NBA to move it along here? Tell Baldies to tell the teams it's okay to sign players? It was 2 seconds ago?
Well,
good, because I haven't even looked down at my laptop. I haven't felt the need to look down at my laptop yet.
From Steve Popper.
Steve Popper? What's he popping at right now?
Not hearing it's done, but sounds like Knicks have set their sights on Jordan Clarkson once he clears waivers.
Oh my God. That's a bad ball player. Whew. Celtics should sign Miles Turner. Yeah, if they were the Brooklyn Nets, they could sign Miles Turner. Massive new. Okay, here we go. Jaren Jackson Jr. 5 years, $240 million. Maximum renegotiation and extension. He was set to be on an expiring deal. Player option in the final year in 29-30. 5 years, $240. He don't deserve that. $50 million a year for Jaren Jackson. He's a $40 million a year player. He's not a $50 million a year player. That is $50 million. Now, it's not $50 million. It is $48 million? Yeah, $48 million. Is Jaren Jackson Jr. a $48 million player? Oh, by the way, a bunch of people in the Warriors chat were saying yes for DeAnthony Melton. I'm all over that. It's such a good buy low candidate. You were 12-3 with him. He was starting. He looked great next to Steph. Can handle the rock a little bit, can defend, can shoot the 3-ball. No-brainer. No-brainer if he's healthy. It's a big deal for Triple J. Do we have that up there? There it is. The former Defensive Player of the Year, Jaren Jackson Jr., back to the Memphis Grizzlies on a 5-year, $240 million deal. We can just loop all the moves. Yeah. It's a fat deal. So, Suns and Clippers for Chris Paul. We have Jaren Jackson Jr., massive contract. How about we do this? How about we go through the couple of the graphics that we have on some of the teams that we're covering here, the Celtics and the Warriors. Let's go. Let's. How about we talk about? Yeah, we can just go. We can set the stage for what the Warriors have going on right now. Okay, so Slater came out with this yesterday, saying that the Warriors will exercise the team options. This is all to be expected on Guy Santos and Quinn Post. These are Guy is a really good end of the bench player to have. He's going to give you 110% effort on both ends of the floor. Can hit the outside shot. Yeah, he can be a little. He doesn't have the best hands of all time, but he can make plays for you if he's called upon, especially regular season where guys are going to be sitting. You're going to need a guy like that to play at least 20, 30 games for you. Quentin Post, he's going to be a factor for the Warriors next season. He's going to be kind of poised for a big role at the 5 for Golden State, especially if they miss out on a player that they would maybe like to start at the center spot next year. I think Quentin Post might be your starter at the center spot, and even if they get a guy like an Al Horford or a Luke Kornet, one of those guys might come off the bench at least to start the season, and then who knows? Hopefully, you don't have to worry about bringing them off the bench. We got a big one. Oh. I love Aldama. How much did you get? He got $20 million. Jaren Jackson Jr. is also changing his number to 8. 3-year, 52 for Aldama. So that makes no. That's $17 million a year. $17 million a year for Aldama. They're busy because now they're about to sign Ty Jerome. They're getting their books in order and they're just signing Ty Jerome.
I think the Grizzlies didn't get the memo of waiting.
Good. Somebody's got to do something.
Exactly.
And also, triggers Jonathan Kuminga's restricted free agency, $7.9 million qualifying offer. Very interested to see how long the Kuminga saga takes because, well, he doesn't really have that much of a market, to be quite honest with you. Slater did say that the 2 most likely teams to pursue Jonathan Kuminga at this point are the Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls. You can just push across. Not a big deal. These are the 2 squads that are in the lead for JK at this point. I don't know how much I buy the Bulls, to be honest. They just drafted Noah Senge, and he's kind of a similar archetype to Kuminga. The Heat, I don't really love their package that they would throw back either in a trade. So, don't love this. I would love the Kings or the Pelicans to pursue Kuminga. The Warriors could somehow, some way swing Herb Jones or the Keon Ellis, Jonas Valanciunas package. That would be awesome. But I really don't love the Heat's package. I would love if we get a third team involved if he were to be traded to one of those 2 teams. But what do you guys think? Does Jonathan Kuminga play with the Heat? Does he play with the Warriors? Does he play somewhere else? Comment in the chat right now. Where does Jonathan Kuminga play in 2025, 2026? You let me know in the comments. Why do you keep talking about the Warriors? Are you based in Cali? So I'm not based in Cali. I'm actually based in Dallas, Texas. And I am the host of the Celtics Today channel as well as the Warriors Today channel here at Chat Sports. So we're covering both teams. See at the bottom of your screen, Celtics and Warriors NBA free agency is what we're covering here. It is my job talking about the Warriors, talking about the Celtics, pay my bills. So I'm going to talk about both. And to be honest with you, the Warriors have a little bit more flexibility, and there's a little bit more to talk about around the league broadly with Golden State's free agency than Boston's. We're kind of just waiting on Al Horford and Luke Kornet to figure out their destination. And we'll talk about them in just a moment, but comment where does Jonathan Kuminga play down in the chat right now. We're getting some good answers. Here we go. I'm going to look through a few. Kobe White for JK. Bulls, Miami, Bulls. Another team. Shanghai Sharks. I wouldn't be surprised. Miami, the Pelicans, Bulls, Miami, Bulls. Pels. Nets, baby. I don't know about Nets, man. I'd be interested to see. I would love to get Cam Johnson, but I don't think so. Would have guessed you're from the Northeast. I am from the Northeast. Funny, I'm a native New Yorker. I'm a native New Yorker who grew up a Boston Celtics fan, now covers the Golden State Warriors and the Boston Celtics in Dallas, Texas. That's my story. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch. Pistons.
Just so you know.
What?
Marshall Green tweeted out, Jordan Clarkson for the vet men is low-key a steal.
He sucks. He would just be bad.
He's trying to.
He's coping.
Yeah.
How's that cope taste? Poole and Herb for Kuminga and Buddy, please. M30. Don't, guys. I really am gonna challenge you to put signs and trades or trade ideas in the chat that are at least remotely close to working. Jordan Poole makes $30+ million. Herb Jones makes $10 million. Buddy Hield makes $9 million. And Kuminga on his next contract will make $25 million. Even if the restricted free agent restrictions on Kuminga's sign and trade ability brought back Golden State 100% of his value, you'd still be like $10 million off. But that's not even the case. Kuminga, whatever his return is, will be 50% of the first-year contract he gets. So if he gets $25 million from Pelicans and they do a sign-and-trade, the Warriors can only take back $12.5 million if Kuminga gets $25 in his first year of his deal. And who knows, if the new team ends up backloading the contract and this deal starts out at like 23, then that number gets smaller. And you're looking at a worse player coming back in the deal or less value. So please, please, please do not create these fantasy trades that only can work if you take off trade logic in 2K.
Unfortunately, I was about to say, unfortunately, the NBA right now is not 2K.
No, not even close. What about the Nurkic dude from the Bulls? Vucevic? Guys, do we watch basketball here? Kevin Knox back to the Warriors. Is that facts? Probably not. Yeah, they're going to get Tydro. Memphis is going to need to cut costs after restructuring and extending Jaren Jackson. John Conchar and Brandon Clark have been on the trade block. Both Cole Anthony and KCP can still be traded individually as well. Yeah, that's the thing as well for Celtics fans to note. The players they just traded for, and Anthony Simons and George Niang, cannot be aggregated with other players on the Boston Celtics. They can only be traded singularly and rerouted essentially, and then the deal probably becomes a multi-team trade when it's all finalized on July 6th. But this sucks, man. Like, what is going on here? I don't know. I guess teams are worried about tampering. Oh man, well, what are we waiting for? Honestly, like the thing is, like, yeah, moves can be made, but like, nobody's getting big contracts. Breaking: Jonathan Kuminga traded to Denver for Jokic. Be sick. Then why did coaching diminish JK's value? What is it? What are you talking about? Diminish his value. He like, he doesn't fit on the team. Steve Kerr's trying to win basketball games. He's not trying to cater to Jonathan Kuminga's free agency price tag. Reed, why should people subscribe to these channels? Why else? Probably because they want the latest news and rumors around the Celtics and the Warriors. Right. And what are we looking at? As the Celtics Today channel is approaching 53,000, as a matter of fact. We're very, very close. About 100, less than 150 away. $400 people watching over at Warriors Today as well. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Unfortunately, yeah, Bobby Portis cooked. He's gone. There's just nothing that can happen right now. This is bad for the league.
Well, actually, I have a good reason of why people should subscribe to Celtics Today and Warriors Today.
Why is that?
Because free agency started
at
5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, and ESPN was showing tennis.
Yep.
We were live an hour before, actually, talking about everything you need to know about free agents.
I've been talking to free agents probably more than the guys that on these damn programs have been talking to free agents. Unbelievable. Rockets. So we got one first external free agent signing with a new team of the NBA offseason. Dorian Finney-Smith, welcome to the Houston Rockets. They're a super team. 4 years, 53. So he's also getting around $18 million. No. He's getting $14 million. Sorry, Aldama was 3 years, right? 3 years, 52. Aldama was 3 years, 52. Finney-Smith, 4 years, 53. Oh my God. Are they doing 2 college basketball video games? NBA 2K just quote tweeted somebody saying 2K should be making the college basketball game. They quoted it. The campus has been quiet for too long. Wow. Ooh, B-ball Paul. Returning to the Pistons. 2 year, 11.5 mil. B-ball Paul is getting the taxpayer mid-level. B-ball Paul. Welcome back to the Pistons, bro. Who? This guy? I have no idea who this guy
I have no idea who this guy is.
He's been on TV
right now. But he goes, why not just trade for Jason Kidd? You can trade for coaches. You know, it happened back in 2013. Yeah. You know what needs to happen for a trade, Smitty? The other team needs to agree to the trade.
Yeah. Dallas is not trading.
Yeah, when Dallas says, oh, we want Jason Kidd to be our coach.
Yeah. We're not, no.
It makes no sense.
No sense. Oh, man. This is ridiculous. Let's give you a new one here. Cam Spencer, 2 years, $4.5 million with the Grizzlies right there. Grizzlies active, but they're just bringing their guys back. Gosh, this is terrible, man. Yeah, you know what? F it. It's been so down horrific. Next $20 super chat, we'll do a beer shotgun race. I got the happy dads.
We gotta get something going.
Why not? I've been drinking all weekend.
How
about we just get drunk on a Monday? Dorian Finney-Smith, 4 years, $53 million to the Rockets. Rockets are good, man. I don't know if the Grizzlies are going to get Ty Jerome now. We still have this? Rockets are one of the bigger teams in the league now. Like, they're really, like, they're going to be still, again, one of the best defenses in the entire NBA. I don't know, man. This has got to be the worst free agency ever. Ugh. Pistons were in pursuit of Santi Aldama. Yep.
Pistons, I mean,
they have cap space.
They made such a quick turnaround.
And they have a lot of cap space.
Like last year, getting into the playoffs and
a lot of flexibility.
And putting some pressure on the Knicks.
Yeah.
After being the joke of the NBA, not winning a game.
I don't know. This sucks. Trying to find something, just something new to talk about. Dorian Finney-Smith did not get the full tax payment, a little exception from the Rockets in this new deal. Left some of it on the table. So, interesting to see what they'll do next. Yeah, we can talk about this. Let's talk about Celtics a little bit. Brett Siegel came out with a big NBA free agency report, and I can kind of throw some other things, as I'm reading this in. Look, man, Boston, they're not done making moves. They're going to continue to peruse the trade market around the NBA as they continue to try to free up money. And from everything that I've kind of read and gathered, it really seems like the Celtics are going to try to get under the luxury tax entirely, which they are still $15 million away from. So you could expect potentially not only a George Niang trade, but also an Anthony Simons trade to fill up a little bit more, to free up a little bit more money here. As if you're under the luxury tax, if for the next 2 seasons, then you will not face the repeater taxes and all the penalties that come with that. So that's just huge for the Celtics, especially with this next year without Jason Tatum. It's going to be a little bit of a gap year. These 2 players may never sit and may never wear Celtic green. We'll see what ends up happening here. I wouldn't be mad though at seeing what you have with Anthony Simons and potentially just getting rid of Niang, maybe even Hauser, but it seems like they want to keep Hauser at this point. The Bulls and the Clippers could be Anthony Simons suitors. No actual discussions being had between any of those 2 teams, but the archetype fits for both of those rosters. The Clippers have been talking about bringing a guy in like that. They have to deal with Norman Powell and his expiring contract as well, though. So we'll see if Simons actually has a real market here. But Brad, we all know, moves in silence, and it'll always be the deal that you least expect. The Celtics have had previous Nikola Vucevic interest if they wanted to do a Bulls deal. If they were to trade Niang and then trade Simons for Vucevic, they could get under the luxury tax by doing that. We'll see if that is something they explore, considering that they have no centers really on the roster right now with legit NBA experience. And then they'll, in these pursuits for a trade for these guys, if you look for expiring contracts to come back for Boston, like they want as little money on their books next summer as possible to try to rebuild the contender around Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and Payton Pritchard, it seems like right now. And I guess Sam Hauser is going to be a part of that if they're able to keep and hold on to him. But only time will tell. NBA offseason is getting off to a pretty slow start at this point, and Boston Celtics are no stranger. Memphis Grizzlies and Cole Anthony's reps at Excel Sports are working towards a resolution that allows Memphis to create a necessary cap space and renegotiate and extend Jaren Jackson while giving Anthony the opportunity to find his next destination. So Cole Anthony will not remain a member of the Memphis Grizzlies, and this is where I see Ty Jerome getting involved. We can just go with this. Yeah, let me know in the chat as things are kind of boring here early on in free agency. Favorite NBA player ever? Who is it? United. What does that mean? What champion? Horford or Kornet? I saw Kornet. Kornet could be a target, but I think Kornet's gonna get like 10 million. Steph Curry, Kawhi Leonard, Michael Jordan. So I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of Wardells over there in Warriors today. John Stockton, Kobe. Could be their chance to get Bol. I think there is a chance that the Celtics get Bol. Sure. Brown going to be traded for Garland. Jaylen Brown's not getting traded, bro. Sorry. What, anything happen? Nope. Cole Anthony is going to be moved. Memphis making a bunch of different decisions here to round out their roster. They want to remain competitive. They traded back with the Trailblazers. Sorry, they traded up to go get Cedric Coward.
United is asking you what player you want the Celtics to get.
What player do I want the Celtics to get? Honestly, I don't really care, to be quite honest. Like this year, like you're not contending for a title. Unfortunate. You are going to be an Eastern Conference playoff team if you don't even add another player. You could roll in with Amari Williams and Neemias Queta as your centers all season next year. You will still be a top 6 seed in the Eastern Conference. I don't have a single question about that. So, what's really going to make a difference? I mean, Larry Nance. Like, I'll throw some names out there for you. Like, I don't have one player that I'm I'm set on the Celtics for signing. I would love if they could bring back Kornet or Horford, but moves are going to have to be made before they even do that. So we'll see. I doubt it that either one of them comes back because I'm now getting kind of cold here. So I'll throw out some names. Bol, Larry Nance, Chris Boucher. It's not a lot out there, man. I think you're pretty set at the guards. Like, you have Pritchard, you have White, you have Simons, And then, the fourth guard could be J.D. Davison. It could be Hugo Gonzalez, Max Shulga. Gonzalez can kind of work on as a wing as well. So as your wing rotation goes, you have Jaylen Brown, Sam Hauser, Hugo Gonzalez. So, there's, we've already talked about 5 players there. There's 6 players there. And then you got, Neemias Queta is going to be on the roster. Amari Williams is on a 2-way. Shulga's on a 2-way. And then you got George Niang. I think Niang will be moved. We'll see what happens. But I think the Celtics probably fill out with a bunch of minimum contracts. That's what it seems like. It's really all they can do. Can the Celtics get Walker Kessler? Yeah, but they have to give up Sam Hauser and 2 firsts. No. I don't think 1 first is getting it done for Walker Kessler. I think Shulga will have a chance to play. I'm excited. I want to see him play in the summer league. Jaylen Brown is not getting traded. Derek White is not getting traded. Norman Powell to Celtics could be down. If they traded Anthony Simons for Norman Powell, what does Powell make? I think it's 25, so it wouldn't be that big of a difference. Norman Powell contract. He signed a 5 for 90. Ooh. So only $20 million? So you get off $7 million in a Simons Powell swap? Wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that. That'd be perfect, honestly. You get off of Anthony Simons, send him away for Norman Powell. I don't know if they would do that, but he's expiring. And then trade George Niang into some trade exception or something like that. Or you move on from Sam Hauser if you really, 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 really want to get under that luxury tax, and you're there. You're there. Santiago, you want JK to stay? I'm sorry, Santiago. You'd be wrong to think that. Cole Anthony. Is that a player Warriors fans would want? All right. Brian Robb also just tweeted out an article. 9 realistic free agent targets for the Celtics at center. So I'll read them off to you guys. I'm sure a couple of names that I've discussed are going to be on here. All right. So this is out of Celtics price range, probably. Clint Capella, who says Larry Nance will be out of their price range. Brook Lopez, Miles Turner, Gershon Yabusele, Mo Wagner, who got his team option declined. DeAndre Ayton. He said all these players will be looking at mid-level money or more with their next deals in a free agent market lacking much depth. Boston simply doesn't have the flexibility or spending power to match these prices while dealing with the repeater tax penalties. Okay. Might be in Celtics price range if they prioritize playing time over money. Precious Achiuwa, Trey Lyles, Chris Boucher, Kevon Looney, and Marvin Bagley. All these bigs made far more than the vet min last year, but all could be looking for a new home next season, meaning their earning power takes a hit. 1 or 2 could earn a decent payday if a team needing a big misses out on one of the top ones. However, a payday with a guaranteed playing time situation could be hard to come by for some. The Celtics have the luxury of offering up a chance to earn big minutes with openings in their front court, which could hold appeal for some of the second-tier options on this list. Lyles and Boucher are stronger offensive options with their ability to stretch the floor, while Achiuwa and Looney provide better defensive upside. All these guys are certainly flawed and may end up settling for the vet minimum somewhere in their next deal if the market isn't there. That's where I like Chris Boucher, and Trey Lyles is a name that I'm in on as well. What are we doing here? Oh, Lakers signed Jake LaRavia? Really? Uh-oh. Definitely in the Celtics price range, vet min. Thomas Bryant, which I wouldn't be that mad at. Jericho Sims, Charles Bassey, DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan. Look, he has actually not been that bad in some of his Denver run. He has in the time that he gets in Denver, he hasn't been that bad, but he is not in a position to be playing 25 minutes a game. Hey, at least it seems like the Celtics bigs are kind of taking their time with it, as well as a lot of players around the league, it seems. He wasn't a free agent. Jake LaRavia. Kings 2 year, $12 million. And then Sham says 2 years, 12 with the Lakers.
Do you want to guess? I'm gonna
say Shams is gonna be right.
I'm gonna say
if Shams isn't right, he's a fraud.
I'm gonna say Haynes is right.
That'd be awesome if he was. Oh, yep. Miss Shams is right. Wait. Never mind. Oh, no, yeah. Haynes edited tweets. Lakers. Jake LaRavia, Lakers. You see Jake LaRavia's stats. I don't know. I'm just going to look at him. 6 points a game last year. 38. Yeah, I mean, it's kick and shoot. Kick and shoot. He is a younger player, too, right? This is like a 25. Yeah, 23. 23 years old. It's a former first-round pick in 2022. Didn't have his team option picked up. Yeah, remember every $5 super chat that you want to send in if you want to donate to tonight's stream, because I can't answer everybody's question in the chat. So if you want to get your question answered, send in a $5 super chat. We'll talk about whatever player you want to discuss. Jake LaRavia was traded from Memphis to Sacktown last year. Back in 2023-24, he averaged 10 points a game. Played 23 minutes a night. Shot 34% from 3, though, on the most attempts of his career. So we'll see. Low volume each of the last season. Low volume last season at 2.2 a game. Oh, look at this. I already hear what they have to say. Haynes is pissed. What do we got here? I just got Noti. Noti. Fully guaranteed deal for Jake LaRavia. Thanks. Sucks. Is the Feastables cooked? Oh, I'm hungry. I am hungry. I'm hungry for some players to sign. They all suck. What center would fit best in the Celtics? I wouldn't hate the Thomas Bryant idea. I know he's not good. Chris Boucher would be solid. Trey Lyles. I don't know. Trey Lyles isn't even a center, though. Next $20 super chat that we get, we will be doing a shotgun race. Any Warriors news? Nothing. Nothing from the Warriors. Trust me, I have a lot of Warriors people in this Twitter list that I'm working out of right now. Nothing. What's that? Breaking news? Who cares about baseball? Oh my goodness, man. Dunleavy is just... Warriors today. We're 1 like away from 200. Hit that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. Would really, really appreciate it, you guys. I know this is a boring free agency so far, so I cannot thank you guys enough for sticking around and hanging out with us on the show today. Ugh. Super chat coming in. From where? Celtics today. Get on the board now. It's tied up 1-1. Tied up 1-1. I think the Celtics trade happens later tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Shout out to AJ Murphy. AJ, what's going on, my man? Any trades that you were thinking of that would benefit the Celtics? Trades that I'm thinking of. Okay, so not exactly like full frameworks. I did just talk about a trade that I think would benefit the Celtics in the long term. If you were to flip an Anthony Simons for Vucevic, and I know that makes the Drew Holiday trade look a lot worse, just basically making both Porzingis and Holiday salary dumps, but the Celtics are prioritizing being flexible and having financial stability, like flexibility, when Jason Tatum comes back. And I think that they have to, if that's what they're prioritizing, then a deal to move off of more salary would benefit them. And yes, Nikola Vucevic is not that good, but at least get some offensive scoring out of your front court. Good rebounder. Couldn't defend me, but he at least could get you counting stats next season in a gap year where you're missing NBA level bigs. So if you do that deal, you get off about $7 million. And then if you could trade George Niang into, say, the Golden State Warriors' $8 million trade exception, and then now you're $15 million down, which puts you underneath the luxury tax. So we'll see if that ends up happening. You could argue the Celtics might want to get off even more money, so they're going to be able to sign vet minimum players when that's all said and done, and they're not a taxpayer at that point. It seems like it's going to be very difficult for Boston to be out of the tax fully for next year, but they put themselves in a position where they're able to do it at this point. So we'll see what ends up happening. But I also wouldn't mind if Anthony Simons just wrote out his contract and played with the C's next year, clearing up their books. And maybe who knows, if he's good, then that's a good problem to have. C's can bring him back. How about sign Bones Highland? I'm not sure if Bones Highland is an NBA player at this point. Man, this ain't easy. Oh man. I mean, How quick were things going on last year? Super Chat battles all knotted up now. Every $5 Super Chat is 1 point, and you can pick a player to talk about, like my guy AJ did earlier. $5 Super Chat. Pick a player to talk about. Pick a topic to talk about. We'll just talk about whatever you want on the show here concerning Celtics or Warriors or just NBA free agency in general. We're knotted up right here. Every $1, every point is a $5 Super Chat, but you guys can get a 3-ball up on the board by sending in a $10 sign next to the chat box if you would like to contribute. And, basically send in a tip to today's show. If you're supporting us and you want to see me do better here at Chat Sports, then send in a Super Chat and help your team win the Super Chat battle of free agency. I'd like to see Horford or Kornet decision made tonight, but I don't think it's gonna if it happens to the Celtics, they need to make a trade first. Hugo Gonzalez posted on his IG story, Celtics fans, that he is in Boston, so that's cool. Yeah, I don't really know what to do right here, guys. This is just we knew the John and the Kuminga stuff would take forever, but I just hope that there would be something going on before, for us to at least talk about in the meantime. I can't talk about Jake LaRavia. He's a guy who can't defend and he can kind of shoot. It's kind of a weird signing by the Lakers who need a center bad.
We're not gonna talk about Cam Spencer.
Nope, not talking about Cam Spencer. Not talking about Jaren Jackson. Jaren Jackson, who wasn't even going to be a free agent, signing an extension. Santi Aldama going back to Memphis. He's a restricted guy. Dorian Finney-Smith. Basically, we're relegated to just talking Dorian Finney-Smith and the Houston Rockets. And look, I'll do that for a second. The Houston Rockets are going to be one of the best teams in the NBA next year. They are going to be an NBA title contender. Got great culture fit there for DFS. 3-and-D, physical wing, could rebound, could hit the outside shot. He'll fit in seamlessly there. Trey Jones, 3 years, $24 million to return to the Chicago Bulls. Trey Jones. I mean, look, these are great moves. You bring back a bunch of guys. Get Van Vliet on a cheaper deal. He agrees to be flexible in order for the team to get better. And you give up nothing. You give up nothing to get Kevin Durant. You go get your Dylan Brooks replacement. Reed Shepard's going to be your Jalen Green replacement. Jabari Smith, on my opinion, a really good deal. Some people didn't like it. So Rockets team's here to stay. It seems like. Who knows? When it seems like a 2-year experiment with Durant. Let him go. And hopefully Amen Thompson is ready offensively to carry that mantle. And the Rockets are kind of just a mainstay at that point with a core of Şengün, Thompson, and Jabari Smith. And Reed Shepard's hopefully good. A startable NBA player by then. And then they go find the next point guard when Van Vliet's money comes off of the books. Van Vliet and Durant both come off the books at 27. Rockets have some money. Amen Thompson, his new deal won't. I don't think it will have kicked in. This was year 2 for him. Right? Year 2 for Amen Thompson. Yeah. And so he'll be 4 years in at that point. So his new deal will be kicking in right after that. Right after that. Thompson will be extended next offseason. So we'll see. We will see. Thompson's money will be kicking in right when Durant and Van Vliet come off the books, and that'll be perfect. They can go find somebody else to run their point guard. What else we got? D'Angelo Russell, 2-year, $13 million deal with Dallas Mavericks. There it is. And the floodgates beginning to open a little bit now.
Please.
We've had 3 deals in the last 17 minutes. What's up with the Warrior? Who's the Warriors GOAT not named Steph Curry? That's a good question. You say Wilt, if that counts.
Yeah, if Wilt counts. Hansen?
Say Rick Barry. It's Rick Barry.
Rick Barry.
It's Rick Barry. Who are you saying? Let's go, let's go, let's go. I think Dunleavy is going to try to be smart and negotiate to give the Dubs quality players. I think so, too. I have a feeling the Dubs might get Horford and call it a day. I wouldn't be mad if that was all they did on day 1 and then figure out the Kuminga stuff and there's your roster. I'm cool with that. I'm actually so cool with that. All right. Think about this. Oh, Mullen, yeah. Think about Chris. Yeah? From Dateline? Okay. Think about this. So, players will be playing significant minutes for the Warriors next season. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Brandon Podziemski. Quinn Post will be playing significant minutes. Then, on your bench, and who knows, maybe a player that gets returned for Kuminga ends up being startable over Pods. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Off of the bench, you'll have Moses Moody. Who knows? Maybe you want to start Moody and be a little bit of a bigger starting lineup and have him start at the 2. Hopefully his outside shots got a little bit more consistency to it. He's definitely the better defender. He showed that. So maybe the starting lineup's Steph, Moody, Butler, Draymond, and Post. And then now we start, building a legit bench where Pods and Hield are in the backcourt, but you also have a guy like DeAnthony Melton there. You sign him on the vet min. Al Horford could be the starting center or he could be the backup center. And then you sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga. And then you go get a guy like, I don't know, make the deal with the Kings. You go get Jonas Valanciunas and Keon Ellis. And now you're legit. You have another real, actual NBA wing and another center you could rely on. Like, that could be possible. Or you do with the Bulls and you go get Kobe White. And maybe you pivot from DeAnthony Melton. And you go get someone down low. Or Chris Boucher, who's on could be a veteran minimum guy if he was promised the minutes. It seems like the Dubs are going to bring back Kevon Looney as well. So I don't know. Like they could end up having a bunch of like mid to bad centers on the roster next year. But like, I think if they get Al Horford and they do the Kuminga sign and trade and that's it, then you know what? Team's looking pretty solid. It's really about marginal improvements with the Warriors. Because God forbid Will Richard becomes a player. God forbid Alex Tui is a player. Who knows? Nick Richards to the Warriors? I could see it. I'd be cool with that. Nick Richards to the Warriors for who? How much does he make? He makes like decent money, right? Nick Richards. $5 million. Trade who? Oh, that's a bomb. What do you mean? The Nuggets just made out like bandits, baby. They got my guy, Cam Johnson. They're going to play with Jokic? Yo, that's tough. And he will not be a Golden State Warrior. Michael Porter Jr. is a Brooklyn Net. Wow. What a trade. Nuggets trading Michael Porter Jr. in an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson. And the Nuggets now create a little bit of financial flexibility here. Michael Porter Jr., I believe, was making at least $30 million. MPJ signed a 5 for 180. That's absolutely more than 30 mil. Holy shit, he's making 38. The Nuggets just got a better player and freed up 18 mil. Whoa! Whoa! That's some nasty work. That's why you fire the GM. That's why you fire the GM, to go do shit like this. Oh. What happened next? No, nothing. What? I read it, but I didn't read it. First round pick? Yeah. 2032. And there it is. Ty Jerome, 3 years, $28 million. Grizzlies. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on, Shams. Come on, Shams. Get it working. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Here we go. Floodgates opened. Cam Johnson, the Nuggets, just got a real player. Just got a real player. The better, like, they got a disciplined Michael Porter Jr. Really? Yes. Yeah, United. I'm sorry, dude. Like, don't. If you spam things that just can't happen, I'm sorry to burst your bubble. The Celtics cannot sign Luka Kennard. If you just spam shit that can't happen, I'm just gonna ban you, dude. I don't care. I don't have time for that. I'm here to have like knowledgeable, insightful basketball conversation. And if you're just bringing up shit that can't happen, then I'm not really gonna entertain it, and I don't really want it to be spammed in the comments.
So let's explain
what?
Why the Nuggets won this trade.
Well, I think Cam Johnson, personally, he takes better shots than Michael Porter Jr. I think he's a better defender than Michael, or at least more willing of a defender than Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson can at least put the ball on the deck. Porter Jr. straight spot up and movement shooter only. Johnson can give you the 2 dribble and use his body and length and size to finish at the rim. Not particularly like super often. Like Cam Johnson's going to be a perimeter player, but at least has a little bit of versatility to his game. Is a little bit older, but on a much cheaper contract. That's why the Nets get a first round pick in this deal. You have to attach a draft capital in order to move a player like Michael Porter Jr. And then Denver gets a great value here in Cam Johnson, I think. What? No. This is a 6'8" like switchable 40% 3-point shooter, efficient player. That's a big trade. Yeah. I DM'd Durham. That's a definite short. I actually just did 60 seconds on it. I'm not going to lie if you want to pull that from my stream right now. I read Cam Johnson, but I thought Cam Thomas because I knew he was but he's a free agent. Totally different guy. That was pretty wild. I'm just going to say this as well. Breaking news, the Denver Nuggets have traded for Cam Johnson of the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Michael Porter Jr. and a 2032 first-round pick. But I'll tell you this, I think the Denver Nuggets just won that trade.
Wow, I mean, at least we're getting some juice now.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got something?
Yep.
Big?
Kevin Porter Jr.
Oh.
2-year, $11 million deal to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they want to keep as many guys in house that were actually contributors last year. Big trade. Denver, back in contention. Interesting. Just what all is going on right now? I don't know, man. Interesting. Interesting moves are being made so far, but nothing concerning the Celtics or Warriors just yet.
Interesting. Two Porter Juniors.
Yeah.
Dope.
I kind of explained the trade while that trade was up, right? Like when I told Trace I gave 60 seconds on it. I wasn't BSing, right? I definitely said something.
I literally, you can tell him I said, you can hear me say, why did the Nuggets win this trade? Remember when I said that?
Yes. No. I'm hitting him. But he says he thinks he found it. Okay.
Well, I mean, at least stuff is happening.
Yeah, stuff's going on. Nothing with Celtics and Warriors yet. Kind of just playing a waiting game here a little bit. Do we have any snack selection here? Dennis Schroeder to the Kings. Okay, so I've predicted like half the moves that have happened already today. Oh my goodness. We have the T-Bird. What? Bruce Brown? Denver Nuggets. Back to Denver goes Bruce Brown. Now they have some money to sign him. Yep, he'll work there now just because it's a winning situation. Nuggets loading back up. That'd be awesome. I'll just, you can take the producer cam for like 30 seconds and I'll smack the bag of chips. I will literally inhale a bag of chips right now. Grab two. Subscribe too, because I'll do one later too. Been live for a little over 2 hours now, and nothing has happened for the Boston Celtics or Golden State Warriors, but we are locked in, and that's why you are too. Subscribe to the channel, turn the notifications on, because we'll also be posting videos to the channels breaking down whatever moves each team makes. If Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade goes down, we'll break that down. If the Celtics lose Al Horford and Luke Kornet, we'll break that down. Really? Oh yeah, oh no, yeah. According to Fred Katz, he's real. Just plain, like the original. They got ruffles in there? Give me some ruffles. Yeah. You can double rough it. Why not? The Nugs are nice. So, teams that will be better than the Golden State Warriors as it stands right now in the Western Conference next season. Oklahoma City Thunder, Houston Rockets, Denver Nuggets. I'm not ready to say Lakers. Minnesota. They just beat you. I know Steph is out, but they beat you. Dallas, if healthy. San Antonio. Like the Warriors look like they're the 7th best team in the West right now again. Okay. Chills. Just looking for the newest free agencies. Player option for the 2nd season of D'Angelo Russell's Mavericks deal. Whoa. Looney. Pelicans. There are the Warriors, but not in the way that we hoped. Kevon Looney, welcome to the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't know if that's a cut. I don't think losing Looney is a cut. Losing Kornet is a cut because could low-key do a short. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'll just have them cut it up and edit it and put the captions on. Alrighty. You want to push me full screen on the Looney? There should be a big L3 or something. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. This is no, that's fine. Interesting. I just want to know how much money he got in that deal. 2 years, $16 million. Whoa! Oh, it's on there. Okay. Okay. Wow, Golden State Warriors fans. I did not expect to see this on day 1 of NBA free agency. Kevon Looney leaving the Warriors in favor of a 2-year, $16 million contract with the Memphis. My bad, gang. I was about to say Memphis Grizzlies. It's all right. Here we go. Breaking news, Golden State Warriors fans, and not news that I expected to see on day one of NBA free agency. Kevon Looney leaving the Bay Area to sign with the New Orleans Pelicans on a 2-year, $16 million contract. That is way more than I thought Loon was going to get on the open market, and way more than I thought Golden State would be willing to re-sign him for. That's why he signs with a new team in New Orleans. Very, very happy for Looney to see another payday in his NBA career, which he has spent all with the Golden State Warriors for the past decade, won multiple championships, and you could see over the past few seasons his role and his level of play diminishing a little bit with the Dubs. So I am very happy for him to get this money, but it just didn't seem like he was going to be getting the role and the playing time worthy of giving him $8 million next season and beyond. So happy for Kevon Looney, but Golden State is going to look elsewhere to shore up their front court for 25-26 and beyond. Cool. 57 seconds right there. That's how you do it. Bruh. Really? Who said? If he says something back. That's the end of an era. That is the end of an era for Kevon Looney, no doubt. Oh, man. What is this? Who is Phantom? What? Okay, so Marshall says it's a small account. So Marshall's linking me to this small account, Phantom. Is small, but apparently has been right a lot. Huge Knicks fan. So the Knicks are signing Jordan Clarkson. Is that hasn't been announced yet, but damn. I did not expect Al Horford to want to go to the to the West Coast, to be quite honest with you. Dominican guy, been on the East Coast his entire NBA career, Boston, Atlanta, and Philly. We just got a $20 super chat. Saw this today. That's 6 points up on the board. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Kornet. Spurs. Wow. 4 years, $41 million. Luke Kornet, San Antonio Spur. Floodgates are opening. Wow. Breaking news, Celtics fans, Luke Kornet signing with the San Antonio Spurs on a 4-year, $41 million deal. And this was the hot rumor rolling around the NBA free agency rumor mill. Luke Kornet really outplayed the contract that he was on, has yet to make over $3 million in an NBA season that he has played so far. And in the postseason where he was called upon to relieve Kristaps Porzingis in the time where he was basically unplayable, Kornet stepped up and he really outplayed the money on his contract. That Game 5 against the Knicks, we'll never forget it. And this is a guy who wanted to stay in Boston, but just unfortunately, due to salary cap constraints, the aprons, it just wasn't really all that realistic for him to return on a payday that he deserves. Now he goes out and gets $10 million a season from the Spurs, another 7-footer next to Victor Wembanyama. Good for Luke Kornet, a 2024 NBA champion. We'll very, very much miss him in Boston, but excited that he got this nice payday, the biggest of his career. Man. Cool. Less than a minute. Oh, it's just a minute 1 second.
But, I looked up after you started talking.
Cool.
So I pushed it back. So, he'll find it around there. So he'll be fine.
All right, we are going to do a cut.
There you go.
Okay. So, here's Doom. Yeah. Just question mark there. Okay. So we're going to get into a full Luke Kornet breakdown here. Do we have like a this is why you sub this is why you sub when moves go down, when Celtics moves happen, or like I don't know. Oh, just breaking down Celtics free agency all summer long. If you want to, yeah, if you want to make that breaking down Celtics free agency all summer long. Current subs 52,000. It's like 860. Yeah, we'll hit that off the top. I'm gonna make a thumbnail right now. Wow, that's tough, man. That's unfortunate. We're getting stuff ready here for a Luke Kornet breakdown. He is not on the Boston Celtics anymore. He was a member of the Spurs, 4 years, $41 million. Here we go. Here we go. What's your one-word reaction to Luke? It's good for Luke, honestly. Like, good for him. And like second half, do you have Celtics like Fnatic stuff moved over too? Make sure we have that. Unfortunate, man. Luke Kornet, my dog. I'm just getting Luke Kornet ready here. This is tough, man. Where'd he go? Where's Capella? Really? Dude, this Rockets team, man. What are they doing? Yeah, sorry. I'm just getting this. I gotta get a photo ready. I could damn find a photo of Kornet. Ridiculous. He has to be looking. He has to be looking right. LeVert where? Really? My goodness. Like, this is just impossible. All right. I got one. All right. Things are happening. Already.
Caris LeVert to the Detroit Pistons is like,
Just,
meh.
It doesn't really do much for me. Doesn't do much for me. All right.
Kevin Calderon 90. Someone catch me up. What did I miss for the Celtics? Luke Kornet signs with the San Antonio Spurs, 4 years, $41 million deal.
$10 million a year.
10 mil a year. Couldn't keep them all.
Couldn't keep any.
One and only KB. Rockets are clearly putting their chips in the middle of the table. Good for them. I mean, yeah, this is their they're trying to win this year. Or at least these next 2 years. 100%. They are putting all of their efforts into making it a win now season.
I have the thumbnail already. I'm just gonna put it in production. See if it.
We'll get into a little Luke Kornet cut, talking about what it means for the Celtics, what it means for Luke Kornet. What's next? Is Brad Stevens going to do anything else in free agency? Is he going to try and bring back Al Horford now, since Luke Kornet's gone? I think now you try and bring back Al Horford. If you can't, then you have to pivot somewhere else, or you just stay put. I don't know. I think at this point, Al Horford comes back if he wants to.
I don't think Al's coming back.
You don't think?
Al's going to Golden State.
No.
That's what I think. Okay. Alrighty, we're gonna get into a Luke Kornet cut right here. We can start on the. Oh, there's actually just we have the social about unlikely with the Himmelsback social, right? There's one more I want to give you. If we can make this quickly. Marshall sent it to me. This guy's been right. Bunch of stuff. Here you go. I'm 17 now. Oh, baby. Going to talk Kornet here. First half will be that, and then we can go to Fanatics, and then we can just talk about Horford for the last 2 minutes. Guys, Warriors fans, you guys are ridiculous. You guys would be grateful to have Al Horford. Trust me. I know he's old. You're on a 2-year timeline. Horford's still playing well. I don't understand that's so crazy, inconceivably, to have Al Horford on the roster. I don't know. Yep, I'm just gonna start a little timer, a little stuffy. All right, I'm ready to go. Yeah. The first domino of the Boston Celtics free agency cycle has officially fallen. You're watching Celtics Today by Chat Sports. I am your host, Tyler Smith, and Luke Kornet signing with the. What? Oh, that's right. That's right. We need the Celtics background. My bad, gang. I thought that as soon as we started, and then I was kind of just ready to roll with it. Make sure backgrounds change too. Okay. Yeah, if you want to get the weigh-in ready too. The first domino of the 2025 Boston Celtics free agency cycle has officially fallen as Luke Kornet signing with the San Antonio Spurs on a 4-year, $41 million deal. You're watching Celtics Today by Chat Sports. I am your host, Tyler Smith. I'm here to break down the Celtics breaking news around Luke Kornet and what it means for the rest of Boston's free agency pursuits and beyond. Before we break it all down, though, this is why you subscribe to the channel. When the Celtics make a move, and this isn't necessarily a Celtics move per se, but this is a Celtics player on the move, we make a video for you. We're covering every ounce, every acre of the Boston Celtics all offseason, and I want you guys to be a part of it. So lock us in, hit that subscribe button for the best Boston Celtics coverage on YouTube all offseason long. Alrighty, so let's break this down, man. Luke Kornet, he really came along this past season for the C's. In the Celtics title run, yeah, he was getting some spot minutes here and there, but I honestly wasn't a huge fan of when Kornet was out there on the floor. They were, experimenting him and Neemias Queta back in late 2023, early 2024. I always thought Kornet was better, but I wasn't necessarily in love with him being out there on the floor, especially in critical moments. Then 24-25 comes around, and he absolutely balled when he got the opportunity. Really bought in and kind of meshed the best in the Celtics offensive system, being a great short roller, and he would hit players in the corner wide open, or he had the nice ability to be a rebound, get an offensive rebound, and then kick it out to an open shooter in one motion. Just knew the way. He'd be a great passer out of the high post as well. Just knew how to play the Celtics brand of offense, and that's gotten him paid now. He's an uber efficient around the rim player, has ditched his previous archetype of stretch big when he was playing for the New York Knicks and Chicago Bulls early on in his career, and has become a rim protecting, high IQ connecting piece on offense. And he was really exemplified in the postseason this past year when Porzingis was dealing with the mystery illness, and Al Horford can only play so many minutes at age 39, albeit at a high level. In Game 5 in do-or-die basketball for Boston in the wake of the Jason Tatum injury, Luke Kornet absolutely balled, and we will always have this epic performance. We had 7 blocks off of the bench, a Celtic record, 10 points, 9 rebounds. This is playing his absolute heart out when KP couldn't even be out there on the basketball court. I'm going to miss Luke Kornet immensely on the C's. This creates a big void for the Celtics at that backup center position because, look, Kornet was never going to start for the Celtics next season. Potentially that would have been the plan if you couldn't bring back Al Horford, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But now Kornet gets $10 million a season, something the Celtics literally could not match no matter what. Like, even if they made a pre-free agency trade of Sam Hauser or George Niang, they just wouldn't have been able to make the Luke Kornet signing happen. And Jay King of The Athletic reported this a little bit earlier, that the Celtics don't even want to move Sam Hauser at this point. They're more keen on maybe potentially flipping Anthony Simons or George Niang, who haven't even played a game for the Celtics just yet. So it really was never all that likely that Kornet was going to come back to Boston. He was going to have a bunch of different suitors right when free agency opened. I'm sure that he took the 45 minutes or so to mull over or wait for any last-minute calls of a team willing to throw double-digit millions at him, and the Spurs were there with a really, really nice offer. Look, man, I like the fit a ton for Kornet on the Spurs here as he's pairing up next to Victor Wembanyama. That's a really good backup big and a really available backup big to have behind him. And just a super high IQ offensive player. It's only going to help Victor Wembanyama thrive and continue to develop in this league. I love the fit a lot in San Antonio. He's from Texas. So, a little bit, it's quasi-homecoming for Luke Kornet here, and he's getting the biggest payday of his career. I think this is a really good move for the Spurs, and congratulations to Luke Kornet for, getting an awesome dollar in his bank account at this point. What's your one-word reaction to Luke Kornet to moving on to the San Antonio Spurs? My one-word reaction would be just sad. Just sad at the end of the day. I would love if Luke Kornet could spend his entire career with the Boston Celtics. He's been here for the past 4 seasons or so, and that actually made him eligible for a no-trade clause, which would have been funny if it incentivized him to stay with the C's. But he's getting a massive payday here. I'm sad to see him go, but happy for the player who has been shooting 70% from the floor over the past couple of seasons. Also, like a 90% free throw shooter as well, Kornet is. So, the San Antonio is getting a good one offensively here. Not a player who's not going to make mistakes, but we can only talk about the San Antonio aspect of things for so long now. Now we have to shift back focus to the Boston Celtics and their free agency pursuits the rest of this offseason, and also concerning a player that wore green last year. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but go down below and get this awesome deal that I found with our friends over at Fanatics. Well, a friend found it for me, and I love the way that this shirt looks, and we got to reminisce on the good times, man. The good times being when we were lifting the Larry O'Brien trophy, when Luke Kornet was still a member of the Boston Celtics, as well as Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis. And you guys can get this awesome 2024 championship shirt here at this link, chatsports.com/champ sale, because this thing was $38. Now it's $17 on clearance in all the sizes. So you guys can get it at this link right here, chatsports.com/champ sale. It's got Tatum, Brown, Porzingis, Horford, Derek White, the whole crew, Drew Holiday, lifting up that Larry O.B., which I still dream about every single night. Go get it at this link right here. I put it in the comment section and description of today's video as well. Chatsports.com/champ sale. Okay, this came in. Wild Twitter rumor before we get out of today's show, because I want to keep you guys updated with what's going on and what we hear about the other marquee Celtics free agent, and that is Al Horford. This came in from Phantom, small account on Twitter, like less than 100 followers type beat. I'm sure he'll have a couple more as the free agency cycle rolls on, but he's been right about a couple things in the past, and he's saying the Warriors are signing Al Horford. So we'll wait and see if the C's end up losing Horford here, but as far as mainstream Celtics reporters go, this is what we heard from Adam Himmelsbeck yesterday before the free agency moratorium opened. Said, I'm told Al Horford continues to mull potential options for next season, and at the moment appears unlikely to have a final decision on the first day of free agency tomorrow. However, right before free agency began, we also heard that Al Horford was a prime target of the Golden State Warriors. So the Celtics don't really have the time right now. Like, they'd have to make a trade in order to be able to comfortably re-sign Al Horford at this point. They have to move Sam Hauser, move George Niang, move Anthony Simons, get off a little bit of his contract in order to give Al Horford the contract that he deserves. And that's like $5 million, could even be upwards of like $8 million. Now, I don't know if the Celtics will have access to a non-taxpayer mid-level exception in order to give him more. So if a team like the Golden State Warriors ends up offering him 2 years, $16 million, then he's going to go out there and take that deal, because he's going to contend easier for a championship in 25-26 if he were to go to one of those types of teams. I would love to bring Horford back, man. I got an Al Horford Adidas jersey from the year that he signed that summer back in 2016. He made the Celtics a free agency destination, and I would love to see him end his career in Boston. But with the gap year coming up next year, I could easily see him going to chase another title, and who knows, maybe it's a one-year deal that he signs, comes back to Boston for 26-27, rides it out one more year at age 41 with JB, JT, Derek White, and the boys. So I would love to get Al Horford back, but it seems like we're trending towards a separation between Al and Boston. Luke Kornet already on his way out. Celtics going to have to make some moves here, and I'm not so sure if things are going to be in the right position for next year. Just checking one more time. Oh, and we have Brook Lopez coming off the board now. 2 years, $18 million to go to the Los Angeles Clippers. Brook Lopez. So we'll see what happens with Boston's center pursuits in free agency, because there aren't a ton of names out there on the market. But even for vet minimum guys, remember, they got to make moves before any of that happens. Like Sam Hauser or George Niang or Anthony Simons, they need to go in order for the Celtics to make any external free agency moves this offseason. That's why they made Amari Williams and Max Shulga two-way contracts to be financially flexible. That's been the goal for Boston this offseason, potentially to get all the way underneath the luxury tax. And in order to do that, they have to trade away an Anthony Simons and a George Niang, or have Sam Hauser be a move that's made as well. Then you can go sign vet minimum contracts, and then you're filling out your roster. And it's not looking all that great for next year, but you remain flexible and avoid repeater tax penalties for 2026-27, when you can get back to being competitive with Jason Tatum back in the lineup. So Luke Kornet, you are a San Antonio Spur. Al Horford, who knows if he will be back with the Boston Celtics next season, but I really, really hope he does. As far as where his pursuits are right now, it seems like he wants to play next season and wants to play on a contender. Looks like the Warriors might be that spot for him in the coming hours. And we will keep you updated with all of that. But my question to you is this: will Al Horford return to the Boston Celtics? Why for yes and for no? Let me know in the comment section what you guys think, and make sure you are subscribed to the channel, because we will be updating you with all the latest Boston Celtics free agency updates, whether Horford moves on or re-signs or whatever veteran minimum Celtics free agents end up coming to the Boston Celtics. We will keep you guys in the loop. So lock us in, hit that big red subscribe button. 100% free Celtics content all off-season long. We'll see you guys in the next one. And as always, let's go C's. And congratulations, Luke Kornet. You got a fat payday. 4 years, $41 million to the San Antonio Spurs. Was that long enough? I did not. I didn't start it. Okay. Oh, if you started at 42, yeah, we're definitely good. Yeah. some more free agency deals. We'll go back to the black background here, being neutral for Celtics today and Warriors today. We can still do a one-word reaction here. Kornet to the San Antonio Spurs.
Smitty,
Yo.
what's your one-word reaction?
I said I'm sad.
Sad.
Because, 29 years old, he fits the timeline, could be in Boston for multiple seasons, but just got too fat of a payday. And, good for him. Good for him. We did get a super chat that came in. We didn't get to look at Martin's yet. Shout out to Martin. $20 super chat here. Are there some trendy teams or players yet in Anthony Simon's trade? I said Nikola Vucevic. Maybe Norman Powell. Those are the two names that I'd be looking at right now. Vucevic and Norman Powell. Now, I'd like Powell a whole heck of a lot more, but Celtics need a center. Brook Lopez off the board. Kevon Looney off of the board. And they're getting faded paydays than I anticipated here. $8 and $9 million each for those two guys. But they'd be $5 million players. Reed, would you mind taking over for 2 seconds so I can just crush this bag of chips? Let's go. Shout out to Reed taking over.
What's up? Here, I'll mute you real quick. Actually, yeah. All right, Smitty's muted. Gotta take a little snack break. When we're doing NBA free agency, we also do NFL free agency. It takes a long time. We've been live for 3 hours now, and only had a couple moves happen. But shout out to Martin. Appreciate your super chat. So we can look at the super chat battle now. That's 6 points for Celtics, because if you get $5 super chat, adding points up. So 7 points to 2 points. It's good stuff. And 2 points is from Nima M, who we'll look at that super chat after Smitty's done taking down some chips. Definitely slow. I remember I was actually producing for Seeps, who was in charge of our Bulls channel. I was helping him last year during NBA free agency, and it was as slow as it was this year. So I just don't think it's as crazy as it used to be back when, you got LeBron having a whole press conference about where he's going to go after, his contract is up. So it's just not like it used to be, but yeah. APOC saying Al's going to sign with the Warriors. That's what they're saying. I don't know. DeAndre Ayton or Miles Turner? Miles Turner. Miles Turner's a better shooter. Miles Turner is just better in general. Watching the Pacers Knicks game, every time Miles Turner got it wide open, I'm like, oh, it's good. Money. He'll make 6 threes in a game when nobody's looking. And you're like, oh, he's got 18 points in 6 minutes. Yeah. We're hanging out. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We got we got almost 200 viewers on Celtics and 400, almost 450 on Warriors. Shout out to you guys for hanging out with us, because there is nothing going on in NBA free agency right now, really, that's going crazy. Luke Kornet is the biggest thing for the Celtics right now, and nothing's really happened for the Warriors, and Kuminga's going to kind of be stretched out a little bit, so nothing crazy, and you guys are just hanging out, so appreciate you. All of you are real ones right now. If you guys have not already dropped a like on this, I feel like Also, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, that's crazy. I also hate the word subscribe when you're talking about like joining the channel. It's free. But when I hear subscribe, I'm like, oh, this is a monthly thing. I gotta pay $5 or something. No, it's completely free. So I want to say, like, don't subscribe. It's sort of like follow. It's like follow us for free Warriors Celtics news, rumors every day, videos every day. Smitty's been pumping out some heaters recently, talking about the rumors with free agency, the draft that just happened. Hugo Gonzalez, Smitty is head over heels about it. No, I'm just kidding. He's happy with it. And then we got who's unbelievable, Max Shulga. I like VCU guy. I saw some highlights from him. Good player, man. Good player. What about the Warriors? Yeah. According to Smitty, draft was all right for the Warriors. Like I think Smitty has said, I like the NBA. I'm not as tapped in as Smitty is, though. I'm more of a NFL guy, as you can see. But United, Reed, what time do you think the Celtics make a trade? Yeah, I don't know. I would have no idea. If I could say this, hot take, they don't make a trade. At least not tonight. We will see, though. We will indeed see. You ready? All right. Let's get back into it. Boom.
Somebody needs to make a signing here.
I know. Something has to happen.
Let's go. Okay. And Mo Wagner would be cool. He's just going to get more than Celtics can afford. Mo Wagner was a Celtic at one point. Let him go. Yep. I don't know, man. 2-year, $29 million from the Pistons for Caris LeVert. That's unbelievable. I didn't realize it was that much. I mean, the Rockets look nasty. They have Sengun, Steven Adams, and Capella. God, they got no shooters, but man. They got Van Vliet, Durant. Atlanta. Yeah. Rockets was a long time ago.
I was gonna say he started with them, right? He was Harden's lob threat.
Yeah, alley-oop buddy. Nobody wants to sign with the Dubs. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, there's still some key free agents unsigned at this point. Are they going to go after Nickeil Alexander-Walker? Like it really boils down to the Kuminga thing. I think Horford's their target right now. They're trying to get a deal done with him. We will see. We do have a super chat. Golden State Warriors today. What do we got here? Yeah, what do we have? Brook Lopez getting more annually than Clint Capella. Love that. Shout out to, is it Nima M? Nima M. A few years ago at deadline, didn't the Warriors turn down OG Anunoby for Kuminga and then passed on Pascal for Kuminga? Yeah, Siakam, they passed on Pascal Siakam, yes. Yeah. I don't know if OG, because OG was traded in January. Maybe it was the year before.
So if the Pacers won the NBA Finals,
yeah,
Pascal Siakam, NBA Finals.
Yeah, he would have been. Oh yeah, for sure. What else is this Phantom guy saying? I'm gonna look more at his account. He hasn't tweeted in 40 minutes since the Al Horford. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, it's Hawks Alexander-Walker. Yeah, Marshall told me that. We'll see. Swapping out Caris LeVert for Alexander-Walker is quite the team. Oh boy, there is optimism from the Warriors that Jonathan Kuminga will re-sign with the team. Why are they optimistic about that? Maybe you should be pessimistic about that. It's Mark J. Spears. We'll see. I don't know, man. Free agency is open. What? Kennard? Luka Garza? Where's he going? Oh, no way! That is, I literally had a feeling. I had a feeling. That's crazy. Luka Garza. 2-year, $5.5 million. That is such a Celtics signing. He is not. Is not. Okay. Should we do that? Yeah. I just put it in production. Yeah, I think so. Luka Garza, the National Player of the Year. Iowa Hawkeye. Luka Garza is going to be getting real minutes for the Boston Celtics next year. Yep. Confirmed. Luka Garza, 2-year deal. I think it's a good move. Honestly, young, you can take a swing on him. Like, he's been around. good bigs up in Minnesota for a couple years now. I don't hate that as a very low risk. You need a fucking body down there. This is a good scoring center. He just gets buckets. Hasn't really gotten much of an opportunity, obviously, playing behind those guys. See, the Celtics going to try to get their next Luke Kornet here. I would say in title and the title should lead with Celtics sign Luka Garza, lose Luke Kornet in NBA free agency. Yeah, Luka Garza on the front, I would think. Put it on the front. Yeah, I would say put it on the front. Yeah, I'm going to say Celtics sign Luka Garza. We'll break down losing Luke Kornet in a little bit. Or like the Celtics sign Luka Garza as Luke Kornet replacement. We'll break down losing Kornet in a little bit, but first let's break down the signing. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. We know. Phantom's goated. Luka Garza, what's your one-word reaction? Luka Garza to the Celtics. What do we think about that? Can we do grade the signing instead? Yeah. I like it. The Celtics are trying to get their Luke Kornet replacement here, and Luka Garza, who already is a much better scorer and much more polished scorer than Luke Kornet has ever been in his career. So you're getting a little bit of a different archetype here, but can he feed into the Celtics, style of offense? I think he's a high IQ player. Played at Iowa for 4 years, man. You're the real fundamental ball over there and a perimeter-based offense. So I like this. This is fun, and especially considering the center market that's out there. And it looks like, to me, like the Celtics are preparing to lose Al Horford now as well. This is a move you probably had to go out there and make. And now Luka Garza himself is poised for a substantial role a little bit this year. Luka Garza and Amari Williams, are those going to be the Celtics center rotation next year? Throw Neemias Queta in there a little bit, even though I'm not as enthusiastic about his prospects. Hasn't played more than 40 games in a season, so this will be Luka Garza's real shot in the league. Originally a second-round pick, 52nd overall pick. We will see if he becomes anything. He's 26 years old. He's going to play. So, yeah. Grade the signing for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the chat. Let me see Luka Garza. A little highlight video right here of his NBA. Because I'm not gonna lie, I haven't watched much of his NBA stuff. Watched him a ton in college. 3-level scorer in college. See that, man? That stuff usually translates here. Garza. Can we do, instead of blocks? Oh, damn. I know I just made it. But instead of blocks, can we do any field goal in 3? Yeah. Here we go. Garza. Oh, yeah. He's a good post scorer. He's a good post scorer. I'm excited to see him get the chance to be a player offensively. If he has a mismatch, he's going to go at him. He can put the ball on the deck, too, and get to his little spot right above the restricted arc. He's good at getting position on players down low, too. Fights for his own offensive glass. He's got a little push shot in his game too. There we go. Yeah. I mean, look, he hasn't been able to shoot the three that well, but he did in college and he has in the past. So he's at least got a mid-range to his game as well. That push shot right above the restricted arc. Yeah, he's got a little midi to his. Oh yeah. This guy's. Look, man. He can run the floor a little bit too. He can run the floor a little bit. Look. $4 years, 62 mil for little over 15 million, 15.5 million a year. All right, I'm ready to do this Luka Garza. Cool. We can get going. I'm gonna see if I can make. I'm gonna make a social real quick. I'm just gonna make a social real quick. J King has some little analysis. Just a second here. Yeah, you can throw me out there. No problem. Shout out to you guys. We're about to break down Luka Garza signing, added on to the Luke Kornet video. All right, you can move over social now. I put it in Celtics, sorry. I'll move to Warriors now. Just copy it. I'll just copy it over. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, boom. It's in there. We're about to break down this Luka Garza signing. Well, this social is just a breakdown of the fit and the pursuit by J King. It's not like the official Shams tweet. What are you talking about? Yeah. Yeah, it is for that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Did we do a sub off of this, or because we did one? Yeah. I'll just be like, subscribe, like the video, all that stuff. What do we got? Yeah. I got it. Yeah, I got it. All right. The Boston Celtics have made a signing in 2025 NBA free agency, bringing in Luka Garza, the former Iowa big man, former National College Player of the Year, on a 2-year, $5.5 million contract. Just a few minutes ago, we saw the Celtics lose Luke Kornet in NBA free agency to the San Antonio Spurs on a big 4-year, $41 million deal. Now they bring in Luka Garza here to basically be the Luke Kornet replacement for next season and potentially beyond. We did break down the Luke Kornet loss earlier, and we were going to push that video out, but then the Luka Garza signing came in right before we were about to hit publish. So this is being attached onto a video that we had 25 minutes ago where we were breaking down Luke Kornet to the Spurs and a little bit of Al Horford update as well. So we're going to break down this Luka Garza signing in just a second, but in about 5 minutes or so, we're going to bring it over to old me, and we're going to talk about the Celtics' losses in the front court. But hey, now they've added an addition to the front court in Luka Garza. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel because we break down all the Celtics offseason moves. Luka Garza coming to Boston here on a low-risk signing that I think could potentially blossom for Boston as they have a big-time opening now in the front court, losing Luke Kornet and potentially Al Horford as well. There's a lot of minutes open at that center spot. And Luka Garza, in his short time in the NBA so far, hasn't really had a huge opportunity to showcase his skills. This is a real 3-level scorer in this league. Now, has he showcased a hot stroke from three-point range so far? Not really, but he can also hit the mid-range. He has a little push shot right above the restricted arc. He's a really good low post scorer, can get position on defenders. Like, this is a very skilled and high IQ offensive talent, and I think he's going to have an opportunity to showcase that with the Celtics next season. Like, he was playing behind solid defenders up there in Minnesota as well, so could that translate a little bit? He's also worked on his body a lot as he kind of came into the league. You could argue a little bit out of shape for, NBA level athletes. And now he looks real cut and like ready to run the floor a little bit. I was just watching his highlights from the 23-24 season where he saw a little bit more of an opportunity than he did this past year. And he was getting up and down the floor, man, being the trailing big man, running the fast break and receiving a dump-off pass and slamming it down. Also a solid offensive rebounder as well. I think this is going to be a good fit for Boston. And can he become a player that, fits the Luka Kornet mold of get the ball at the high post, be able to turn face, hit the open shooter in the corner, or be able to do that on the roll in the pick and roll as well. I think he can be. He's played at Iowa for 4 seasons and was absolutely awesome in basically all of them. Won the National Player of the Year, and he was like a walking 25-10 in college. I think he can absolutely fill up the box score with actual opportunity in Boston. So we'll see where it all goes for a low-risk signing. I like this move a lot as a solid fit within the Celtics system. Jay King brought up a little bit of a analysis after the signing was made about how the fit will be in Boston. So Garza has been productive during limited minutes early in his career, though he's been more of a three-point taker than a three-point maker so far, which I alluded to. Not necessarily known for his defense, but has put in a lot of work on his body since entering the NBA and can really hit the offensive glass. And we know the Celtics need to generate possessions next season. Jason Tatum, their best rebounder, out for the year. Now you lose Luke Kornet as well. Luka Garza comes in, and hopefully he can be productive for your season. On a cheap deal as well, man. I like this deal. Grade the signing for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments section. We'll be back in just a moment with my Luka Kornet analysis, losing him to San Antonio. But you grade the signing of Luka Garza for me down below. A, B, C, D, or F. I'll have to give it a B. I'll give it a solid B here, given the C's losing their front court in Al Horford potentially. And now we know Luke Kornet is gone. Alrighty. How long was that? I don't know, like 5. Nice. Perfect. Luke Kornet gone. Luka Garza in. What do you guys think? A, B, C, D, or F? We did get some super chats over at the Warriors Today channel while we were recording that. So shout out to you guys. Guys, you can't take stats into account for a player who barely played. Omar, what's going on, my man? Omar Vergara. OV, what's going on, brother? This shit is ridiculous. Lost the players we thought we can go get, and nope, somehow, some way, Mike Jr. is folding like the trade deadline. Let him go. I want to shut up so Mike makes something happen. Omar, Mike traded for Jimmy Butler at the deadline. What are we talking about, baby? Come on. They're on a 60-win pace after they made that trade. Kuminga is the one that doesn't fit. They got to find a partner to make that sign and trade happen. Shout out to you, though, Omar. You're a legend, bro. Another super chat came in from Gem Builders. Gem Builders with a 10. Shout out to you. That little gif there. And look at that. Warriors today now in the lead here. 8-7 on the super chat battle of free agency. As the free agency moves are heating up, so is the super chat battle here. Shout out to you guys who are supporting the show.
We got some F's and D's from Celtics today about Luka Garza.
Really?
Yep.
F's, D's, C. I'm giving it a B. I can't say, getting a guy who hasn't really played on a minimum contract is like an A, like it doesn't jump off the page. But I think this is a sneaky signing.
I think it's a good deal. Two years, $5.5 million. Nothing crazy.
Tyus Jones, 1 year, $7 million. Orlando Magic. Whoa. Orlando Magic.
How do you feel about the Nickeil Alexander-Walker?
Deserved.
Thoughts?
I think it's a good deal. They didn't even
4 years, 62 mil.
He only got a little bit more than the mid level. Like it's pretty good deal for them. By what? Yeah, it is a little expensive. It's over the taxpayer mid-level exception there. So like Orlando's using the non-taxpayer mid-level to sign Tyus Jones. Interesting. Who's backcourt? The Magic? Jalen Suggs and Desmond Bane. Now they have Tyus Jones and Jace Richardson.
I like that. It's not a bad one. Wait, what do you think about Jalen Suggs?
I think he's a really good player.
Yeah?
Really good defender.
Hey.
Can make plays with the ball in his hands, too. I don't think he's necessarily the best scorer or shooter, but he can defend like an MFer. Omar back at it again. Shout out to Omar, $10 super chat. Brother, getting Jimmy didn't solve our size and shooting issue. JK updates looking like we're getting nada in return. Kobe White ain't the answer either. So I would like you to present to me now, like, what is the answer? Who are you looking for in the front court that is going to solve the Warriors' issues? There isn't a lot of guys that are available in that regard. And I absolutely believe the Warriors need more on the bounce, on the ball scoring. Did you watch the half-court offense after Steph went down? It was brutal. I have a stat here that I saw earlier today. It was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. I got to find it. Was it my guy, the Sage? I got to find it on Warriors Twitter. It was one of the most gross things I've ever seen. The Warriors are locked in on getting to an agreement with Al Horford after losing Kevon Looney. That was an hour ago from Brett Siegel. Wow. It's a great fit. Crazy. The Warriors lose Kevon Looney. Jake LaRavia. Are we looped? We're already looped? Dog shit. I changed the channel for everybody. Oh no. I think I didn't register that. I guess they're breaking it down on ESPN, right? The 5 to 8 p.m. Sports Center means I would assume they're covering the same thing. Mr. Swish saying this team is cooked except reality. I don't know. Omar, what's the player that we're looking for? Al Horford is comedy. You don't watch ball then, bro. Like, clearly you don't watch the game. I got 180 Celtics fans in the chat right now that'll tell you that Al Horford's not comedy. They're dying for him to come back. Is this comedy to you? 40% from 3, 10 points a game? Like, a switchable defender? Can still move? I don't know, man. DeAndre Ayton for the Warriors. It's possible. It's possible. I think he's going to be targeted by the Lakers. They probably already have an agreement. Yeah, if you're saying that Horford is like comedy, then what's Kevon Looney? He's got $8 million a year. You think Horford saw that and was like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting 10." Absolutely, he's getting 10.
For sure.
Kevon Looney just got 8.
Klay Thompson's in the chat though.
Clay's in the chat. Shout out to Clay. What do you mean Looney got 4? He got 2 years, $16 million. What are you talking about? 2 years, 16. Now, is it a misprint? I don't know. Let me look at Shams. Nope. 2 years, $16 million. You got a bag. So, if you think Al Horford's not getting $10 million, got another thing coming. They're talking Celtics on ESPN right now. Anthony Simons, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, George Niang, and Xavier Tillman. We're so down bad. Bobby Marks talking C's right now. I don't know. Well, no, because they just got no. They just talked Luka Garza. They just said Luka Garza. I'm making a Horford to Warriors thumbnail right now. What? Okay. I'm making a thumbnail right now. Could you tell people in the how many people are still in the bullpen? Okay. I need can one of them fill in a Warriors or whoever fill in Warriors copy side Al Horford? It's probably gonna happen. Yeah, Warriors. I'll do the title and stuff. Al Horford's gonna be a Warrior, guys. So better get ready for it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Al Horford.
What's the deal gonna be? You think?
What's the deal gonna be? 2 years, 20 million. No, 1 year, 10. I got. That's too What do you guys think? Warriors. Could you make a? Could you do a weigh in? Like, should the Warriors sign Al Horford? Let's go. Should the Warriors sign Al Horford? Yes or no? What do you guys think? And the Slater, yeah. Looks like in all likelihood that Al Horford will be a Warrior. Nigel Hayes, that's crazy. Where's he going? Suns. Celtics looked at him, I'm pretty sure. Knows. You guys are crazy.
Well, the apparent 500-year-old shot 40% from 3 2 years ago.
Play good defense too.
Plays great defense. Huge motor. Huge motor. And averaged 10 points last year. Great in the playoffs. So when he gets to the playoffs, he's your guy.
You guys did not watch Al Horford last year, clearly.
Yeah, Anthony's right. Stretch big plus vet. It's a great pickup.
I agree.
Yeah. Klay Thompson saying Horford ain't washed. Moves well for his age and size.
Nobody's getting Sabonis. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Anthony Ruiz, correct. Playoff time, Horford is your guy.
Absolutely is your guy. I gotta get a better Horford picture here. That one wasn't working well. Al Horford. What's up, East? Yeah, for like details and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I'm getting a thumbie for it, so appreciate you guys. Interesting free agency so far, people. All right, let's go. Guys, I don't know why you'd be So mad. It's gonna happen, so get ready. Whoa. Why don't you want Al? Dub Nation, y'all are tripping. I can't lie.
I mean, Anthony Ruiz says, keep the same energy when in the home opener, Horford goes 4 for 5 at 3, hitting 2 in the fourth quarter. I mean,
It's literally what's gonna happen.
he's a clutch player.
Absolutely a clutch player. Yeah, no, I think we were snapping at me. What? Yeah. Wait, what? 2-year, 150 million? Holy shit. That. That is quite a lot of money.
So, Chris Haynes reporting Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker are in talks on a contract extension. Booker is eligible for a 2-year, $150 million max extension. That's a lot of money, folks.
It's a lot of bread. A lot of Chad.
Is he worth it? That's the question. Ace saying he'd be down with Horford.
Horford, yeah, finally somebody's got some sense to him. Is this whack? This is fine.
Hey, Smitty.
Yo.
Do you want to run through?
Top free agents available?
We could do that, or I was gonna say run through the deals that have happened today.
We could do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Starting with Jaren Jackson Jr. and going on from there.
Absolutely. Just give me 1 second.
Sounds good. What do we got? I'm looking over here at the Celtics. Izzy saying, can we sign DeAndre Ayton? The Celtics? No, they cannot. Bomb Dog, are the Celtics done for the night? Probably, yeah.
Celtics are probably done, but they are their players aren't done probably.
Yeah. That's just Munoz, that's just false. Al Horford hasn't been good since the Hawks days. It's just false. He's been very good.
Al Horford hasn't been good since the Hawks days. Okay.
He's been very good.
You guys know this?
He's probably one of the most consistent players I've seen.
If you guys want to actually like get down to the grit and grind of it, I'm a Celtics fan. Like I know Al Horford's good, and I know Al Horford's good because I look at the metrics when the Celtics are on the floor with him, the Celtics starters, Holiday, White, Tatum, Brown, on the floor with Horford versus on the floor with Kristaps Porzingis, who everybody thinks is the world's biggest cheat code for the Celtics, made them a super team, all that shit. The numbers are better with Al Horford on the floor. The numbers are better with Al Horford on the floor at a higher volume. So the concern about him being 38, 39, 40 years old, he plays a shitload. And also, Quentin Post is going to play a lot of time next year too. So those are your two centers. Cool. That's the best front court Golden State's had in years. Best front court since Bogut and David Lee. Now maybe peak Looney and peak Draymond are better than that, yeah. But like as far as a platoon of two centers, like when's the last time Golden State's had two guys like that? Probably Bogut and Ezeli.
From the Warriors chat, Tanner's edits say, we want Giannis. Yeah, doesn't everyone?
So, yeah, I do too. Super Chat Battle Warriors today is up a little bit right now. They're up 11-7. Celtics today, how will you respond? I know it's a little bit more eventful for Golden State, or at least potentially a little bit more eventful for Golden State than it is for Boston. But how will you respond, Celtics fans? $5 Super Chat gets a point up on the board, but a $10 Super Chat is a 3-point goal. Coming up on almost 4 hours streaming with you guys. Shout out to everybody who's joined. If you haven't yet, hit the thumbs up icon like today's stream. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel if you want free, informative, entertaining content around your Boston Celtics or your Golden State Warriors. I've been kind of having some activity today. Yeah? After Luka Garza. What's that? It was massive. It was league altering. He's 7'4". He does not suck. He's got $10 million from a smart organization. No. You clearly didn't watch Game 5. It's 7 blocks, dude. 7 blocks, and he threw that down like that. What are you're get your D-Lo jersey, dude. Get your D-Lo jersey. By the way, Sam Brown. Oh, get the Flag jersey? You mean the Mavs one or the Celtics one? Oh, because he's gonna be a Celtic in 8 years. Hope you know that. It's the worst kept secret. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think the warranty's on there. Oh yeah. Yep. You are gonna try. You are gonna try because it is gonna happen. He's guaranteed. Worst kept secret of all time. Cooper Flag. You will be a Boston Celtic by 2032. No, should be okay. Has everybody else still alive? Cool. Well, we might sign off right around 8. If nothing else happens. Get working on rumors videos for the morning. You know. Talk about what's gonna go on. Look, if Al Horford signs tonight, But we'll have it ready. Or at least we'll have all we have to do is film. So. Take me out. This song's fire. You say you don't know. I say, take me out. Song's banger.
What's everybody's favorite song? Or no, not favorite song. Go-to karaoke song.
Go-to karaoke song. I go to my go-to karaoke song is "Your Man" by Josh Turner. Karaoke. Karaoke. If you keep Simons, don't be like Mo Wagner. He could become the best Celtic this year, Smitty. Best Celtic? Okay. That's just wrong. Franz Ferdinand is awesome. Reed, trivia. Do you know where Franz Ferdinand is based out of? Yeah. What's their band? Where the band? Where are they from? They're from Sweden.
Addison, that's a great one. Country road, take me home to the place I belong.
Luka Garza didn't sign yet.
Anthony, that's a good one too. You said what?
Luka Garza didn't sign yet, right? I think so.
I don't. Agreed. We got Hey there, Delilah, was it like in New York City? Ooh, you Savage saying Beach Boys, best band. I like
Beach Boys are good.
I like the Beach Boys. Let's see. We got what else we got?
In the Club, 50 Cent.
Before You by Benson
Boone.
Moonbeam.
Nope. Flowers by Miley Cyrus.
Flowers. It's a good song.
Good song. Hey there, Delilah.
Yeah. That's classic.
Mm-hmm. Time to pivot to Wendell Carter Jr. Moody, pack your bags. They're not trading Wendell Carter. Ooh, Omar. Omar says, want to hear your thoughts. Shout out to you. $10 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting today, bro. Do you think we contend with Al Horford? Houston just got better with what makes us legit contenders and who's available to get now that can help us win now. So Al Horford is not your only free off-season addition here. They're going to sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga. Do I know what they're going to get back yet? No, but they're going to get some value back, and some value back that's going to fit better in the roster. And guess what? In a Houston Rockets Golden State Warriors series, which we just saw, and obviously a much different Rockets team that will suit up next year. Who is the best player in the series? The Warriors. The Warriors have the best player in the series. Steph Curry is better than anybody in the Rockets. It's a fact. It's a fact. Now, do they have the second best player? No. They have the third best player? You could argue Jimmy Butler is probably the third best player. Maybe he's better than Şengün. But it's a toss up there. So they have the fourth best player? Well, not if they have the third best. So one of the two there's no. They have the fifth best player. There you go. Probably Draymond Green falls around there. And then Amen Thompson's right after him. So you have three of the top five players. Durant and Şengün. But you have Curry, Butler, and Green sprinkled in 1, 2, 3. So like your top, that's what matters at the end of the day. Like the top of your lineup matters is the most. And like, yeah, can Al Horford bang down low with the Houston Bigs? Yup. Hopefully Quinn Post takes a leap. You're taking a gamble on that. It's a player who you believe in. Players who can win now. I don't know if they end up using the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, which I don't think they would be. I think it's going to be used on Horford. It just comes down to what comes back to you in the Kuminga deal, and then what trades can you make thereafter. Dunleavy said they'll be active. I believe him. If that answered your question, I'm sorry if it did not. So we will sign off at 8 o'clock unless we get a $50 super chat.
And then we take down some.
And we'll take down a beer shotgun race if we get a 50. But we will sign off in 6 minutes. We'll also stay live for another 5, 10, 20 minutes. Hang out with you guys. We'll stay live. But we will also take down a beer shotgun race, me and Reed, one-on-one, if we get a $50 super chat in the next 6 minutes. You think we could trade Kuminga for Poole and Herb Jones? Guys, honestly, I'm going to start banning people who do that. I don't really need nonsense questions because Jordan, look up Jordan Poole's contract. Just look up Jordan Poole's contract. Yeah, Jordan Poole could be making $2 next year, and they still would not bring him back because Draymond Green's on the team. Smitty, how is better, Curry or Tatum, LeBron, and okay. Funny. JK for Wigs, not happening. It's apparently that's very unlikely at this point. I don't know. Appreciate everybody who's rocked and rolled with us so far tonight. Pretty boring, but I mean, the Celtics at least made a signing. Guys, if you think the Warriors like offseason is ruined because they didn't get involved in the first night of free agency, like you got another thing coming. Not doing anything is crazy. Okay, what did you want them to do? Did you want them to sign somebody who's already been signed? They're not signing Brook Lopez for $9 million a season. That's irresponsible. They're signing Al Horford for $10 million, who's better than Brook Lopez. Way better. Way better than Looney. Oh my God, guys, I can't entertain some of these comments. Like Miles fucking Turner, like how are we doing it? How can you just say you know? If you spam Miles Turner, I'll just ban you. I can't. I'm fed up. You guys gotta be realistic. He is beyond too expensive. Vucevic, it's possible. You have to give up more than just Kuminga to get Vucevic, by the way. And they just gave away Lonzo Ball. So that's not happening. You trade someone and open up cap space like duh the fuck. Who are you trading? Who are you opening up cap space with? That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Who are they trading? Curry? Butler? Draymond? No. I wouldn't say DeAndre Ayton's out of the picture unless they sign Horford. If they sign Horford, he's out of the picture. I've had great ideas. I've had realistic ideas. I've had ideas that the Warriors are probably going to do. They're probably going to sign Al Horford. They're going to sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga for whatever value they could get back. Maybe they include Moses Moody in the deal. Maybe they include Buddy Hield in the deal. Who knows? Only 1 minute left, by the way. If you guys want to stay live, $50 super chat. And we'll take down a beer shotgun race, and we'll keep it going. We'll keep chopping NBA with you guys. Moody, Kuminga, Buddy Hield for Kobe White. You don't need to give up that much. All you need to give up for Kobe White is Kuminga. Malik Monk for JK and Moody. Like that we're talking now. Like, that's legit. Like, cannot trade Jonathan Kuminga to Portland for Drew Holiday and a couple picks. Like, what? Kuminga for Herb. Kuminga for, if you guys want legitimate, like, holy shit, the Warriors just got like a sick player back for Jonathan Kuminga, then it's Herb Jones. It's Herb Jones. Oh, man. And no $50 super chat. No $50 super chat to keep us live. So we will sign off here. We will be live again tomorrow about noon Central, so about 10 a.m. Pacific. Maybe we push it. Maybe we make it like 1 p.m. Central so we can get the Warriors fans out of bed. But yeah, we'll be live tomorrow afternoon. So tune in, subscribe, turn notifications on. We'll be breaking down all the deals that go down. And if something if something happens between the Celtics and the Warriors, we'll probably just end up speeding things up and going live sometime in the morning. So thank you guys all so much for stopping by and making tonight a part of your, this stream a part of your night tonight. Celtics sign Luka Garza, lose Luke Kornet to the Spurs in free agency. Al Horford looking like a potential target for the Golden State Warriors, and Celtics look like they're losing him regardless. So that's what is going to happen here. Celtics are going to clean up their books and can't really afford to bring back Kornet and Horford, Kornet or Horford if you want to keep Sam Hauser around. Still more moves can be made, though, to free up more cap space to get under luxury tax as a whole. Could be Anthony Simons, could be George Niang. We'll see how it all unfolds, and we'll keep you guys in the loop tomorrow as well. So lock us in. Hit that subscribe button on both Celtics today and Warriors today, because the Jonathan Kuminga saga is not stopping anytime soon as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and as always, let's go Dubs and let's go C's.